There I am. Hello, good evening. It is the final Ace Attorney stream. We are finally finishing the Ace Attorney Investigations collection. It has been three very crazy weeks, and it all has led up to tonight. I am so fucking excited for this. And I hope you guys are as well. I certainly am. But yeah, I'm not going to be rambling too long because we're expecting tonight to be a pretty long night. I'm expecting around 8 hours, hopefully less, maybe even more, unfortunately. We'll survive though, we'll be okay. But yeah, I'm not gonna spend too much time rambling. I'm just going to go straight into Discord. We shall meet our voice actress for tonight. Let's go. Hi Ash, you're in Discord with me. Where is my game? There is my game. Hello?
Hi.
All right, Discord's working. We're good to go. Let's go over our role list for tonight. Quick question. Who was voicing Sean? Was that Aegean?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Then, for Miles Edgeworth, Eddie Fender, Regina Berry, Buddy Darmakanis, and Shelly the Killer, it's yours truly, the alien herself, Alfira Nova. Hello. For Franziska Von Karma, Verity Gavel, Penny Nichols, Kay Faraday, Tabby Lloyd, Excelsius Winner, we've got Ash one last time.
That's me.
And for Eustace Winner, Sean Fenn, Shilong Lang, Dick Gumshoe, Simeon Saint, Will Powers, we've got Aegean with us.
Hello, hello.
So I have no idea how many of these characters will actually still be important after the events of yesterday. I'm not expecting Excelsius Winner to be talking too many times after he got once again completely destroyed in court by his own son.
Should I go tell
Deserve.
Glebus that he can go home then?
That is not necessary. Not yet.
Okay, okay.
He'll probably have like one or two flashbacks or something where he still shows up,
Sure,
knowing
good point. Yeah.
how
okay.
this game has been going so far.
Hey, Glebus, you can come back. Yeah.
Could you maybe calm down a little?
Calm down? No way, Jose. Not until you all come clean. It's for your own good, dang it.
Our intrepid reporters refuse to give up, even in the face of repeated stonewalling from the crew.
Look, you ladies need to stop harassing these people, or I'll have to ask you to.
You cops sure got a lot of nerve. Y'all are the one who let Taurosaurus run wild.
Hoping to hide the fact that they bred this menace themselves, the staff cling desperately to their story. Look, we're really not breeding anything. This is a movie set.
I mean, you could be breeding something on the movies.
Well, that did not take long.
No.
Says the gal who told me she done seen Gordy with her own danged eyes.
Sure, I saw something, but that doesn't mean we're keeping monsters here.
Let's take a guess. Who is that going to be? Lang?
Shilong Lang.
Yeah.
Alright, rig it up.
Yeah.
Damn.
I love how we've come to know these characters so well.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
And Sean!
Y'all are on the trail of this here monster infestation too, huh?
No, we're on the trail of a criminal. Langji says, the darkness of a criminal's heart can sometimes be compared to a monster. That is to say, a killer is no different from a monster, really.
What a bully.
Agent Lang, this is highly irregular, sir. We can't allow members of the public onto the crime scene. These people are witnesses. I need them to be here.
Well, Agent Lang, here we are. Where do you intend to begin?
Let's start by summing up the facts. President Wang's body was discovered here this morning. He hadn't been seen since the night before last.
Yes, he slipped off without his bodyguards noticing, if I remember correctly.
So he was missing for over a day. And the last person to see him alive was you, Judge Gavel, on the roof of the big building. Why did the two of you arrange to meet?
I'm sorry, but I can't say.
Not even to defend yourself from an accusation of murder?
Why can't you just tell us?
Please, Judge Gavel, we're trying to help you.
Huh. She can't say because she'll only incriminate herself more. I know you had something to do with the president's murder, and I'm going to prove it.
You said yourself that the body was only found this morning. How do you explain the time that passed between Judge Gavel's meeting with the president and then?
That's exactly what I'm hoping we're about to find out. I'm particularly interested in what happened last night. So, why don't you tell us exactly how it all went down? Sean Fenn! Me? We know you were here on the set last night.
You were, Sean.
We have testimony from over there and forensic evidence from the footprints that prove it.
You came back to run your lines, right?
What? You were spying on me?
I'm sorry. I was just making sure you were okay. It was late. I was worried about you.
How many times do I have to tell you? I don't need you to worry about me.
Sean, that's no way to talk to an adult. She was trying to look out for you. Apologize this instant.
Yeah, sorry.
I've told you before, I won't have you speaking to people that way. Whoa, this is a whole new Judge Gavel.
It seems she's just as strict with her son as she is with those who break the law.
Are you listening to me? If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. You must. Damn. And I want you to remember that, all right?
Can we get on with the investigation now?
Oh, of course. Forgive me.
I don't think I've ever seen her so passionate about anything. I guess Judge Gavel, the mother, will take a little getting used to. Are we to understand that you're accusing Sean of being involved somehow, Agent Lang?
I just want the truth. I need to know why the president was killed. And by who. And I don't care what it takes. I'm going to find out.
I guess it makes sense for him to be so determined. The president was practically family to him. All right, Sean. Perhaps you could tell us what happened last night.
Fine by me. I've got nothing to hide. I had a bad day yesterday. Messed up a lot of takes. We were scheduled to shoot the same scene again today. So I thought I'd put in some extra practice. And that's what I did. It's that simple. It's not like I haven't done it before. It was fine, nothing happened.
You've been rehearsing late at night again. But when I called you yesterday evening, Sean, you said you were at the hotel.
You called him. Around what time?
It must have been 11 p.m. or thereabouts. It's one of our rules. When Sean stays away from home, we have to speak every night.
Yeah, well, I wasn't at the hotel. I was here on set.
So you lied to me!
Ow!
Sorry.
Ooh, now she's mad. I think it's kind of amazing how hard he wants to work on his acting, though.
Nonetheless, a parent can't help but worry. Her child alone late at night, anything could happen to him. And indeed it did. He got himself entangled in this case.
But he said nothing happened, right?
He did. Although I can't help but wonder if he was telling the truth.
I believe him. Who was it that said they saw the snake?
The snake?
It was the assistant, wasn't it? Penny, I mean.
Yeah, but I don't think we have any evidence about that.
Well, shucks.
No. Did nothing happen though, because he disappeared for a while. And the tape just ran out eventually.
That's it. It's decent
Yeah, I
proof.
thought so. Nothing happened? I'm sorry, but you're lying. This proves it beyond a doubt.
Wait, that's... how did you...
That's right, your rehearsal tape.
Gah. What? You have video footage from last night?
We do. And if you watch it, you'll see that it was no ordinary evening.
There's a footprint there already.
There is, and I'm not sure that's an everyday sight, even on a film set.
Sean, why would you keep this from me?
No reason. Liar! That stuff might work on your mommy, kid, but it's not going to work on me. Why did you hide the tape?
Sean, you have to tell us!
Am I the only one that would be fucking terrified of lying to my mom if she was a judge?
No, I'd be fucking scared.
The kid has a death wish.
Yeah, you.
Look, I just didn't want anybody to see me rehearsing, okay? I don't like it.
So you were embarrassed. Is that it?
Yeah, what's so weird about that? That's why you didn't hand over vital evidence?
Sean, how could you?
I don't like how she has her fucking gavel. ready to fucking slam her own child. Like, calm the fuck down, Verity. Hello, how are you doing?
Yeah. Oh, give me a break. You know about it now, don't you? Sure, the Frippet was there, but I just read my lines and went home. That was it.
What? And nothing about the giant monster footprint struck you as weird? It's a giant monster footprint!
On the set of a giant monster movie.
We're doing good. Hope you're doing okay.
It's not like there isn't all kinds of other weird stuff around here.
I don't buy it for a second. Chief, there's something hinky about this kid. Sure as I'm standing right here.
Dan Skippy there is. He's hiding the scoop under them there horns or my name ain't Lotta Hart.
Shut up, both of you. I'm done talking.
No, you're not.
What?
The footprint isn't the only strange thing about last night. What other unusual occurrence happened yesterday evening? That was probably the snake sighting?
Or the broken lock?
The what?
The broken lock?
We don't have a broken lock. I know which one you
Huh.
mean, but
Then I don't know.
maybe the tape. The head falling?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Yippee!
The model of Torosaurus's head fell from the roof of that trailer last night. Ow. Did you expect us to believe that you knew nothing about that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Is that so?
I told you. I read my lines, I went home. That was it. What do I know about some stupid falling head? Or are you saying you can prove I know something?
Sadly not. It's entirely possible that the head fell after Sean left.
No proof, huh? Then this conversation is over.
No proof? Something tells me he doesn't want to talk about last night any more than is absolutely necessary. What
So no
is he
proof?
hiding? Breaks organizer.
Hold it right there.
What is it, Agent Lang?
So it's just as I thought. Thanks, Mr. Prosecutor. This footage of yours backs up my theory nicely.
What? There was something else on that tape?
Yep. Look closely. See the costume up in the top left?
Oh, yeah, the Torosaurus suit.
Something's different. Do you see it?
I see it.
Not sure. He's just kind of hanging out and looking a little saggy.
Okay, that might hurt his feelings.
Shit, sorry, Torosaurus. I didn't mean it. Oh, and the zipper on his back is done up tight. God, she's so stupid.
The zipper? Ow. Huh? That's...
Yeah. I guess you all see it now, right? On the tape, the zipper is wide open. Why? Because somebody's inside the suit. That's why.
What?
Mr. Powers, that zipper. What can you tell us about it?
Oh, well, we always close it up tight when the suit isn't in use. That's right, Mr. Prosecutor. And do you remember something else I said not so long ago? Let me refresh your memory. What if your friend Gavel pushed the president off of the big building the night before last, and then came down here to the movie set and hid the body somewhere?
Here? But where?
There's all kinds of stuff down here. Costumes, equipment. You could hide it anywhere. And then come back a day later, last night in other words, and take it out again.
You're saying the body could have been hidden in the Taurosaurus suit?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Isn't that right, Gavel? You pushed the president off of the roof, just like I said. Then you hid his body inside a costume.
I most certainly did not.
Protest all you like. I'm not going to believe you. You're the only person who could have done this.
I thought we already proved that would have been impossible. The movie set was locked at the time. There's no way Judge Gavel would have been able to get in here.
What if she had an accomplice?
What?
I've got a little theory for you. I think you're going to like it.
I don't think I'm going to like it.
You might.
What if Sean was waiting down here when Gavel pushed the president off of the roof? If the two of them were working together, the problem of the lock goes away. They then work to hide the body together, too. By dragging it over to the Taurosaurus suit and stuffing it inside.
You think the murder was really that carefully planned?
It was the assassination of a world leader. It could only have been carefully planned.
To suggest that Sean could have been involved in this is... It's unthinkable!
You're my prime suspect. What makes you think I'm going to listen to a word you say?
But what about motive? What reason would either of them have to kill President Wang?
Who knows? We will find out soon enough. She was the last one to meet him, and she won't tell us why. Pretty darn suspicious. Even you have to agree with that.
Judge Gavel, I don't suppose I can convince you to share any more details.
My apologies. That is the one thing I cannot do.
I can't help but wonder, why doesn't Edgeworth just logic chess her into submission?
That's a hell of a sentence, for one thing.
But it's a valid question.
I mean, he already did, but like earlier.
Yeah, but not for this thing. That was for whatever the fuck was going on with Sean.
No, he only gets it once per case, per person.
Okay.
However, rest assured, should that ever change, you will be the first to know. So please, you...
Have to believe me? Yeah, murderers have a habit of saying that.
I've never once said that.
Huh?
The line, Aegean.
What about you, Kin? Any weak excuses to offer? If so, now's the time to get them off your chest. I've got nothing to say to you. I'm innocent. Both as tight-lipped as each other, huh? But let me guess, you're still going to try and stick up for them?
It's true, Judge Gavel's actions certainly make her seem suspicious. But nothing she has told us amounts to a motive for murder, or even the suggestion of one.
No. And like I said, I'm leaving motive aside for now.
Agent Lang, I don't think that's how this works.
For the moment, I'm focusing on means and opportunity. And for my And for my money, these two had to be working together for that little plot to succeed.
Motive is usually proved in court, so
Yeah, fair enough.
actually, kind of is how it works in this case.
Hmm. Shut the fuck up, Judge Gavell.
You're not helping your own case here.
Oh shit! Yes, sorry, Miles.
You're seriously suggesting that a child could have been an accomplice in this murder?
Look at him! He's still in elementary school!
Okay, he's not in elementary school.
Shh, Edgeworth, don't tell him that. There's no way a kid that young would be involved in something like this. I think I mentioned he's in junior high, right?
Langji says, pity no wolf, be he cup or grizzled elder. It doesn't matter how young he is. If he's guilty, he's guilty, and he'll be treated as such.
Whoa. Wolf cubs have it hard, huh?
I'm surprised at you, Mr. Prosecutor. You're saying he deserves mercy just because of his age?
Of course not. I'm saying that there's no way he did this, and I'm going to prove it to you.
I'll look forward to it. But be warned, I'm only just getting warmed up.
But if the two of them were working together, why would they need to hide the body for a full day?
Well, look at the situation right in front of you. Thanks to that little ruse, we're still puzzling over what they were up to even now. But if you'll let me speak, I can clear up this whole mess once and for all. Ready? Good. So like I was saying, they worked together to hide the body.
The video footage doesn't show the inside of the suit. You can't say for certain that there was a body in there at the time, can you?
Maybe not, but we can take a look right now. Let's open it up and see what's inside. I'd put money on us finding proof that it was there.
Do you mind if we examine the suit, Mr. Powers?
Oh, not at all. Might be a little, ripe, though. Gets pretty sweaty in there.
I mean, we had Eustace digging through trash yesterday. I think it'll be fine. Oop, never mind. Oh. Huh, it's filthy.
Yeah, that's weird. I always clean it out pretty good. If you don't, it can get kinda moldy. In other words, what we're looking at is proof that somebody other than you used the costume. That dirt in there must have come from the body.
I guess the president was lying right in the middle of that footprint. He probably would have gotten pretty dirty.
Exactly. Well, everybody happy?
Hang on. Is Shilong Lang seriously suggesting that the president was pushed from the 51st floor of this building?
Yeah.
And remains intact on the ground?
Yeah, I find it equally stupid.
They would
That's
be...
exactly what I'm saying.
Yes, that is
They
what
would be scooping him into the suit with spoons!
That's what he is saying, Kay.
They'd be like using like a little fucking what's the thing called? Like a conical strainer to like get him into the suit. Like
I'm pretty sure
he'd
that's
be nothing.
the same kind of dirt that's on
Oh yeah, like the little
Excelsius's gloves,
shards.
though. Yeah.
Yeah. Good point.
No, okay, I'm either thinking too far ahead or I'm just wrong. Would you
think
mind
you're
taking
thinking
a
too
look at
far
this
ahead.
for me, Agent Lang?
What? Why? What are you trying to tell me here?
You really don't see it? Then I can only suggest that you are no longer the investigator you once were.
Seriously? I'm not the one asking questions about irrelevant junk. If anybody's no longer the investigator they once were, it's you!
I was sure that was the right piece of evidence.
What are you thinking, Mr. Edgeworth? This is Agent Lang we're talking about. You can't go up against him unless you're totally sure you have something.
You're right. I need to start taking this more seriously.
Yeah, Edgeworth.
That's Mr. Edgeworth for UK.
Isn't Edgeworth? Oh my god, hang on, my cat's in a really cute lying down position right now. Let me grab a photo here.
Sure. It might also just be the crime scene notes. Maybe?
Why would it be the crime scene notes?
He's not dirty. As far as we can see.
Apart from the yellow.
Yeah, but that's not the same as that we saw in the inside of the suit, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go.
Nice.
So our assumption is that the inside of the suit is dirty because the dirt came from the body. Would it be safe to say that's the case?
Why? Is there a problem?
The part of the suit directly in front of the opening is particularly dirty. Ow.
Yeah, it really is.
But look at the victim. The area of his body that would have been in contact with that part of the suit isn't dirty at all. If the victim had been cramped in there as you suggest, his chest would surely be covered in dirt.
Gah! Fine. So, what's your explanation? How did all that dirt get inside there?
Based on the videotape, there may well have been somebody in the suit at the time. So who was it if it wasn't the president?
Come on, Kay, think. Where was it?
Is something the matter, Kay?
I've seen dirt like that somewhere else. I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
I just can't think where. Dirt with weird little gray bits in it.
Gray bits? She's right. There was something mixed in there.
It was stuck to something else we looked at. Lots of it.
Stuck to something we looked at. An item of evidence, maybe? It's probably worth checking. Does one of the items we found have a similar kind of dirt stuck to it? As Kay pointed out, the dirt in the suit contains small flecks of something gray.
Uh-huh. And?
We discovered similar flecks stuck to an item belonging to somebody we recently had dealings with. The item in question being these gloves.
You're right. The dirt does look similar. But, so what? What are you saying the stuff is? What exactly are these gray flecks of yours?
I believe the gray flecks are concrete. I think, because he was working with cement.
Oh, yeah.
Surely they're flecks of concrete.
Oh, like all the little broken up bits are in the footprints, you mean?
Exactly. And who did the gloves on which we found similar dirt and gray flecks belong to?
Chairman Winner! We found them in his garage!
That's right. We visited the garage at his home earlier today, and we found a pair of mechanics gloves covered in dirt. We also found Eustace. And if I recall correctly, a sledgehammer and a shovel too. Why would a pair of mechanics gloves be covered in dirt? I'll tell you why, because somebody wore them while they used a hammer and shovel. They smashed through the concrete to the dirt below, staining the gloves with both substances.
Wait, so you're saying...
Yes, that we finally know what these footprints really are. It seems highly likely that they were dug by Chairman Winner.
highly likely? If that's so, then tell me this. Why the heck did he make them? What purpose could they possibly serve?
Why, indeed. I imagine he must have been... Ooh, that's a
Oh,
good
was
question.
he maybe burying the evidence here?
Maybe. No. I think he must have been burying something.
Oh, I smell treasure. So, what was it? What did he bury?
There's only one way to find out. Dig it up and see.
You think the cops didn't check already? There was nothing buried under any of these footprints.
It seems I was mistaken. In which case, he must have been digging something up. I imagine events unfolded somewhat like this. There was something on this lot that he needed to unearth. In order to do so, he cut the chain on the side entrance and gained access from there. He then used a sledgehammer and shovel to dig the 3 footprints. When he found what he was looking for, he bagged it up and filled in all the holes.
Ah, but then Sean must have showed up, right?
I think he did, yes. Chairman Winner would have had to find a hiding place, and the Torosaurus suit provided just that.
Gah. You got all that from a pair of dirty gloves. It's good, but it's all just speculation. We don't have any proof that it was inside that suit. He could have dug those holes and got out of there before the kid even showed up.
But he didn't, and there's proof of that right there, in the footage. It shows that Chairman Winner was still present when this recording was made.
What?
It's a shame that Agent Lang didn't notice it himself. But if we compare the situation as we see it now, to the situation as it appears on Sean's rehearsal tape, and compare that in turn to what we saw in Chairman Winner's garage, it soon becomes clear that the chairman was present. What part of this image shows that Chairman Winner was still here? The bag, right?
Yeah, it's gotta be.
Look at the bag next to the Torosaurus suit. We saw the same bag in Chairman Winner's garage.
Gah.
The same bag, the dirt on the gloves, that has to indicate a connection. Surely? I think that pretty much seals it. It was Excelsius Winner in the suit. And if he was in there, the President's body can't have been.
I...
Good. It seems I've convinced Agent Lang of the flaws in his theory.
Somebody get to Chairman Winner's house right away! We need to know what's in that bag. Yes, sir.
Y'all done lost your minds. I can't believe what I'm hearing here. What is this Hawkswill? This is all we need. Them right there's Torosaurus footprints, dang it. Ain't no holes dug up by no old guy. I think I've demonstrated more than adequately that that's exactly what they are. Don't matter to me and know what you just undid. I don't believe it, and that's that. I done told y'all. I seen that big bad bull with my own 2 eyes. The giant eye peering in at the window. I thought we'd gotten past that nonsense.
We ain't about to let go. What kind of journalists would we be if we did, huh?
Responsible ones, but I guess that's the whole problem.
Wait. Ain't like it was just about the footprints, no how. You were seen fraternizing with one of them there monsters, ain't that correct, young man? By the young lady over there, if I'm not very much mistaken.
Oh, we're never going to get anywhere with these 2 around.
Maybe if we could prove to them that that wasn't a monster either, they might finally drop it. What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Any bright ideas?
Prove that it wasn't a monster. Fine. I don't suppose there's much else for it. Let's see what we can do. What are you two whispering about? Y'all hiding something, ain't y'all are hiding on something, ain't you? Admit it. Quick, Dabby, roll tape. Could I politely ask that you both calm down? The monster the boy was seen talking to, we know what it was now. Huh? That's right. Sean's rehearsal tape finally cleared up that particular mystery. It did? The point at which Miss Nichols thought she saw Sean with Gordy. That would have been right when he was making his rehearsal tape. I think she mistook a certain object for the legendary creature of the lake. Your so-called monster is right here in this picture. Huh? I don't see no Gordy. That ain't nothing but a dumb snapshot. You're talking to a pro here. Can't fool me with no trick photography. What was Miss Nichols' Gordy really? Fucking camera.
Take that!
That's right. It was a camera crane. That is what Miss Nichols saw, not Gordy. What? Sean's rehearsal tape was shot from a noticeably elevated viewpoint. A viewpoint that would only have been possible if the camera in question was attached to a crane.
Bull! How the heck would she make a mistake like that, huh?
Objection!
How indeed, Miss Nichols?
Yes.
You told us that you think you might need new glasses, didn't you?
Yeah, my eyesight got way worse all of a sudden.
And I imagine that when you thought you saw Gordy, he was quite heavily shrouded in darkness.
That's right. I only really saw a silhouette. But you done told us! Skin like an enormous worm. You said it!
Y'all about to try and tell us your precious crane up and grow skin somehow? Ain't even no flesh on them there middle bones, let alone skin! You're entirely correct, of course, about the crane as it was in this particular picture, anyway. But it did have a skin of a sort last night. I knew you were a scoop hater, but this is plumb crazy! You want Tabby and me to starve, is that it? That wasn't my intent at all. But I do think it's time I finally put them both out of their misery.
He's gonna kill them?
Gordy's skin is right here in front of us. I fucking wish I could. It wasn't skin at all, it was this.
Take that!
Miss Nichols told us that it seemed likely to rain last night. That never happened in the end. But I think Sean may have covered the crane with rainproof sheeting nonetheless. And that, my intrepid young reporters, is what Miss Nichols mistook for Gordy's skin.
What?!
Ah, heck. Well, Sean, am I mistaken?
You see everything, don't you? Gotta say, you're pretty amazing.
Why, thank you. I'm sorry, Miss Hart, but Miss Nichols' monster was no such thing. It was simply a trick of the light. And just like that, the dream dies again.
Chief. I think that may finally shut them up.
I thought the kid was holding out on us. It seems I might could have maybe been a little wrong, maybe.
Alright, we know what the so-called monster was now. Everybody happy?
Everybody except these two.
Agent Lang! President's autopsy report is out, sir. It is? Let me see it. Death was due to full body contusions and bone breakages caused by extreme pressure from above. So we have our case of death. He was crushed.
Just as we thought.
Test results still haven't come back from the yellow substance found on his chest. But they did find gunshot residue on his right hand.
Gum shop residue? Guess he was a kid at heart, huh?
Gunshot residue, okay?
Oh.
It's a substance left behind when a firearm is discharged. Its presence indicates that the president may have used a gun.
Really? But we didn't find a gun anywhere, did we?
Indeed not, which makes the residue something of a riddle. We'll need to read that report carefully. Well, Agent Lang, that clears one thing up at least. The president didn't die from a fall, which means he wasn't pushed from the roof to the big building. He was crushed by the falling Torosaurus head, just as we said he was.
Guess I have to accept that now. Fine, you were right.
No, I'm Edgeworth.
Come here, you little shit.
Amazing! So does that mean Judge Gavelle isn't a suspect anymore either?
Surely it must. Both the cause and time of death rule her out. She met with the president the night before last. But the autopsy report puts the time of death at around 11 p.m. last night. And we know that the Torosaurus head fell around then too. The facts all line up perfectly.
Phew! What a relief.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Sorry, it might be a little too soon to celebrate.
What?
Sure, I think that we can accept the falling head must have been what killed the president. But that begs the question of what could have caused it to fall. Or who.
We know it happened late last night, so we have to think about who was here at that time. Oh no, I see where this is going.
What are you getting at exactly? You can't mean...
I'm afraid I do. You did it, didn't you? Sean?
Huh?
The kid's hiding something. He was right here last night, right when the body was found. He saw the footprints. And yet he wants us to believe he knows nothing about what happened? That's a big ask. That's a big ask, surely.
Objection!
We haven't yet established if the footprints had anything to do with the murder. So even if he did see them, that doesn't mean he was involved.
Maybe not, but his face tells me different. As does the fact that he's shaking like a leaf.
It does seem like Agent Lang might be onto something. But I don't think Sean's going to talk.
Fine, keep your mouth shut, kid. I have a better idea. Why don't we let your tape do the talking?
What exactly are you planning, Agent Lang?
The police have some pretty sophisticated image analysis tools these days.
You would go to such extreme lengths to see my son convicted.
It's not ideal, but if the boy won't talk... we don't have any other way of getting to the truth. Detective Gumshoe, you have access to exactly such a device, do you not?
Sure do, Lil V. Good. Then that should make this nice and quick.
Mr. Edgeworth, might I request that it be you who carries out the analysis in question?
Why me?
I fear that Agent Lang might be inclined to believe the worst.
Image analysis isn't exactly my specialty, but alright. Are there new clues to be discovered somewhere in the image data, I wonder?
think I see something.
What the?
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Let me see, let me see. Hmm? Eek!
What is it? What's the matter? Show me!
Mr. Edgeworth, the court asks that you share your findings.
Zoom in on the top right part of the image and look closely.
There's a person there. It's... The president?
Oh, my.
What? You're kidding, right? Well, I'd say that's pretty decisive, wouldn't you?
This doesn't look good for Sean at all.
Wait, this doesn't prove anything. I didn't know he was there. I don't believe you. And the image does in fact prove something very important. That you and the president were here at the scene of the crime together. Admit it, kid. You murdered President Wang.
No! That's ridiculous. Why? Why would he? Sean, you didn't. You can't have, can you? What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? It's hard to push back against footage like that.
Surely even you can't deny that this looks pretty bad for the kid, Mr. Prosecutor. He claims he knew nothing about what happened. But the president is right there with him.
Sean, what are you not telling us? We have to know.
He's right, Sean. Be honest now. It's the only way.
The truth is... it was all my fault.
Sean, what did you do?
It was my fault that the Tyrannosaurus head fell off of the trailer. I went up the roof of the trailer to prep the kit I was using, and I turned on the heater while I was there. I must have left it burning when I came back down to run my lines. Then my mom called and I left the set to go talk to her. When I came back here after the call, the Tyrannosaurus head had fallen from the roof and the president was just there, lying next to it.
No.
We did find evidence of a fire having broken out upon the roof.
It was just a tiny one, so I put it out myself.
So we're saying the president died because of Sean?
If he did, that would make this whole thing just an accident.
What did you do with the head after you found it on the ground?
I took it apart, carried the pieces up to the roof, and put it back together again. You're saying you put out the fire and moved the head back where it fell from? In other words, you tried to cover your tracks. You're a real piece of work, kid. It's not like I did any of this on purpose. I really did just forget to turn off the heater.
Yes, and when the fire had burned through the legs, the table would have collapsed. And the head...
would have fallen onto the ground down below. You're right, the fire caused the head to fall.
Indeed. And I also happen to have an idea about how the fire may have started. Those cans of paint thinner by the heater are pretty flammable. Not a great place to keep them.
And you swear it was an accident? Seems a little convenient. What was the president even doing here in the first place? How the heck am I supposed to know? I didn't see anybody, I swear. I still don't believe you. Why would President Wang come to a place like this in the middle of the night?
His reasons for coming here are something of a mystery, it's true. He met Judge Gavel up on the roof 2 nights ago, but he was also here on the movie set last night. Did he come to meet Sean? I think we'll need to go over the boy's statement very carefully indeed.
Kid did.
I do not believe Sean did it.
The kid did it.
Cold-blooded murderer.
Hold it!
Were there any signs that I was about to fall before you left?
I don't remember. I was concentrating on my lines.
But a fire had broken out on the roof because of the heater you forgot to turn off. Did you really hear nothing the entire time?
No, I had my headphones in.
Why?
I was playing the soundtrack to the movie to help me concentrate, and I was playing it loud. So yeah, I definitely didn't hear anything.
Except for the sound of your phone ringing when Judge Gavel called you.
You know that cell phones vibrate these days, right? Anyway.
Must have been quite a shock coming back and seeing a dead body just lying there, huh? And this was a dead body with a giant Torosaurus head right next to it.
Yes, I'm sure it must have been very upsetting.
But it does sound like it was an accident, right?
Yes, at least it does the way Sean tells it. I'd like to know a little more about exactly how things looked around here at the time.
Hold it!
You're a fit and hardy young man, Sean. It's spring now, surely you didn't really need to fire up that stove.
Overruled!
He is a fit and hardy young man who needs to look after himself.
Objection!
Really, Your Honor, but if he resorts to such measures even during warm weather...
Seriously? You two are going to argue over something like that right now?
Ahem. He's right, of course.
You've made your point, Sean. But I've told you before to watch how you talk to people.
I think he was criticizing you as much as he was criticizing me, Your Honor.
Yes, Mom. Anyway, where was I?
Hold it!
It was the middle of the night, and the set was deserted. Why did you need to leave in order to talk to your mother?
I forgot I was supposed to talk to her. I got confused, I guess. I thought if I didn't leave, she'd find out I was out of the hotel at night on my own.
That doesn't make sense. You know that, don't you?
Fine. Look, the camera was rolling and the mics were all live, okay? I didn't want our conversation on that tape where anybody could hear it.
He was embarrassed about being recorded speaking on the phone to his mother.
So I ditched the rehearsal and ran off set as quickly as I could.
Hold it!
Did you notice anything unusual about the body?
I don't know, it was dark.
He suddenly seems even more Whoa, what? He suddenly seems even more reticent than usual.
I don't think he wants to go back over that memory any more than he has to, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm sure he doesn't, but is that really all it is? Should I push him a little more on this? It was dark, but you knew it was a body nonetheless.
That's... I...
He's hiding something. I'd better find out what. Most people would cry out for help if they saw somebody lying on the ground. And yet you didn't.
Yeah, because... What was the point? He was dead.
So you said. What I'm interested in is how you were able to be so sure. Why were you certain that he was dead?
He was lying on the ground, and Dahyu's head was right next to him. It didn't take much to figure out what must have happened.
You couldn't have guessed that the impact... You couldn't have guessed that the impact would have killed him. How did you really know? I'll tell you how, because you checked.
Fine. I checked, okay? I was scared, but yeah, I went up to the body and I looked and he wasn't breathing.
So I was right. But why try to hide that fact? There must be a reason. Could you tell me how the body looked at that point?
I couldn't tell even if he was dead at first. There was no blood or anything, so it was hard to be sure. Nothing on his clothes either. He was completely clean. But yeah, he wasn't breathing. So that's how I knew he was dead.
Thank you. I'd like you to add that statement to your testimony if you don't mind. There's the yellow stuff on his front. Nothing on his clothes. Nothing at all?
Yeah, nothing. Why? Is there a problem with that?
There's something you're clearly hoping that we've forgotten.
What are you talking about? There isn't. That's not true.
Unluckily for you, we remember it rather well. I'm talking, of course, about the yellow speckles on the president's chest. You studiously avoided mentioning them through your testimony. An absence I find suspicious to say the least.
That's... I
hope for your sake that you have a satisfactory explanation. Oh. Judge Gavel?
Allow me to explain.
You, but...
The yellow residue on the president's chest. I imagine it was from a bouquet of flowers. Lion lilies, to be precise.
Lion lilies?
2 nights ago, when I met the president on the roof of the big building, I presented him with a bouquet. They're a type of lily with large yellow petals. I imagine that the substance on President Wang's chest was pollen from those flowers. Huh? But... they're not there in the printout from the security camera. Only because the president is in the way.
But why give him flowers?
That is not something I am at liberty to divulge. Oh shit, were they fucking?
What? More secrets? Are you serious? First you wouldn't tell us why you met with him, and now you can't even tell us about the flowers?
My sincerest apologies, but all I can tell you is that I gave him a bouquet.
A bouquet that was nowhere near the body when it was discovered. How do you explain that?
I cannot.
Huh. Seriously, Your Honor? Some things you won't explain, the rest you can't. Come on, you've got to give us something here. You wouldn't let this fly in the courtroom. What makes you think we'll accept it? Hey, you leave her alone.
Sean.
I threw the flowers away, okay?
You did? So they were there when you first found the body?
Yeah, they were right on his chest. And they were squashed completely flat.
Oh. Oh, I guess that makes sense, right? They would have gotten crushed along with the president.
And the pollen would have been smeared across his jacket front. That does explain things rather neatly. But why remove the bouquet and dispose of it?
No reason.
He's almost as evasive as his mother.
More secrets. Ugh, they're quite a pair. There is no secret. I know exactly why Sean disposed of the bouquet. Ha! You saw me leave the house with it, didn't you? Oh, I get it! When you saw the flowers on the president's body, you remembered seeing your mum with them.
And felt a need to prevent her from coming under suspicion.
No, you've got it all wrong.
That's his least convincing lie yet.
I often decorate our home with lion lilies. I imagine that's why he remembered.
So the flowers his mother was carrying showed up on the president's body. And because of that, he got rid of the bouquet and kept quiet about having discovered the corpse? Huh. Well, that ties everything up nicely, doesn't it? A little too nicely for my tastes.
Why? What's wrong with nice?
I guess you forgot, huh? The kid also told us that he was responsible for the head falling in the first place.
Yeah, and he did, but...
So he's still our only suspect!
Finger of suspicion still seems to be pointing firmly in Sean's direction. However... Wait. I can think of a far more likely culprit than the boy.
What? Who?
The person who was holding Sean captive until only a short while ago.
That's right! We had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down the harbor. A refrigeration unit in a depot? Yeah. Luckily it wasn't switched on. Poor kid might have frozen into a popsicle otherwise. He was doing his best to call out for help, which is how we found him.
The sedatives had worn off by then, so he was wide awake and plenty loud.
Sedatives. Isn't that what you were given to?
Yep, we found the bottle on the floor of the unit. It was even the same brand. 3 Z's. Apparently it's super strong.
It's literally called Treesies. Oh wow.
I wonder why they called it that.
Well, Agent Lang, surely that suggests that Sean is a victim, not a suspect. Somebody else was responsible, and I think they've been behind all of this.
Oh yeah? And the secret mastermind of yours was here last night too?
Agent Lang, you were there at the embassy last time. You shouldn't be surprised. That, I can't say yet.
Huh. It's not like you to be so vague, Mr. Prosecutor.
Once again, you were there at the embassy. Yes, it is. Sadly, we just don't have anything to tie our mysterious kidnapper to the murder of the president. So is there anybody else? Somebody other than Sean who could have committed the murder? Of course.
So I was right. The kid is still our only suspect.
Objection!
Not quite. I can think of another.
What?
Somebody who we just recently proved was right here on the movie set last night.
Chairman Winner? You think he killed President Wang?
Why not? We've proven that he was present. And if he was here, he's as viable a suspect as anybody else, wouldn't you say?
Winner? Could he really have?
It's certainly another possibility to consider.
"12 years ago, he was..."
That number again.
Look, a lot happened, okay? It was all 12 years ago or more. My father and the president being friends. Our family being the ones who kept him safe.
Oh shit, that's me, isn't it? Sorry. That was not a good time to drink water.
D.
Lang? Like the Lang from 12 years ago?
Yep. Good to see that you're finally about to pay for your crimes. Even if it did take a while for you to get what was coming to you.
Agent Lang, what happened 12 years ago?
It's nothing to do with you.
I think it has everything to do with me. It's clearly connected to this case.
And you can prove that, can you? Go ahead. Show me some proof that what happened 12 years ago has anything to do with this.
Proof?
If you can't prove it, this conversation's over.
Does any of the evidence we've collected show a link between recent events and those of 12 years ago?
Take that!
This is a report about Bronco Knight. It was sent to Chairman Winner by Warden Lagarde. This last part in particular should be of interest to you. Hi, Delta. How are you doing?
Retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago. In front of the planter.
And that's not all. Take a look at this. This letter was sent to Rosie Ringer, the victim of a murder that happened the night before last. We don't know who sent it, but it does say this. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago.
What? But...
Something strange is going on, Agent Lang. Miss Ringer was murdered the night before last, and President Wang not long afterward. There's a connection between the two murders. There has to be. And I believe we can trace that connection to events 12 years in the past. Am I wrong?
These are old wounds you're opening here. Insults to my family name.
Please, Agent Lang, we need to know. Who on earth was that? Who do we think it was this time?
Francie?
Franzi? Could be.
I mean, almost everyone is here already.
Yeah, that's also true. Doing Mess
Yeah.
Swamp with homework. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope your homework goes well, though. What do you have to do? Who on earth was that? Huh?
Huh?
I mean, the henchman was always Aegean, so...
More talking to myself. Shifu! Huh? What are you all doing here? We came to find you, sir. We heard you were looking into the incident from 12 years ago. Idiots! I'm not your boss anymore. Get back to your duties right now. We can't do that, sir. What? You're disobeying a direct order? Please, sir, I'm begging you. We all are. You have to reopen the investigation into the SS5 incident. We know you can't let it go until you figured out what happened, and we can't either.
Well, Agent Lang, it seems your former underlings want the events of the past explained too.
You think it's that easy? That you could solve the case just like that?
I think we can. Together.
Huh. Well, alright then. Offer accepted. Yes, Shifu, Shifu, Shifu!
Nice! Then I guess it's my turn to step up.
I'm sorry, Kay?
You're looking into a case from the past, right? I just happen to have something that'll help with that.
Ah, you mean Mr. Teef?
Sure do. And if you can give me the details of the incident, I can rustle up a little simulation for you.
Ha.
Sadly, we don't have the files relating to the case.
Fuck. Huh? How come?
Access to those files is restricted. They're top secret.
Really, why?
Means me, somebody must have something to hide. Even I've never seen them. Everything I know, I read in newspaper articles from the time.
That's fine, just tell us what you can.
Alright. The SS5 incident happened on a winter's day 12 years ago. February 10th, to be precise. Your police received a call directly from the kidnapper. I've got the president of Zhangfa.
So he was kidnapped?
Yeah, SS5 is the official designation of the president's kidnapping case. The kidnapper wanted $100 million.
100 million? How much money even is that?
More than you can imagine, it seems.
The last person to see the president that night was my father. They were together at the embassy of Zhangfa until midnight on the 10th. And nobody knows what happened with the president after that until he was kidnapped. Our government did everything they could to scrape together the money. They were desperate to save him. And in the end, they succeeded. The money was handed over and the president came home safely.
So President Wang was head honcho even back then? Whoa, go Mr. President.
The length of time he stayed in power isn't even close to the most impressive thing about him.
Agent Lang was clearly very fond of President Wang. I assume the kidnapping was thoroughly investigated.
It was, but the investigation was top secret, as was the trial.
Trial? So a suspect was arrested?
Yeah, none other than our friend Fifi Lagarde.
What? Is that why you visited the prison?
It is. I was put on what you might call extended leave from Interpol. So I thought I'd use the time to look into what happened 12 years back. And I wanted to see who I was dealing with.
She was found not guilty then, wasn't she?
Yeah. My father was in charge of the president's security at the time. But they held him responsible for the kidnapping and stripped him back of his duties as presidential bodyguard. He stayed on the force though, and he worked the case alone, until eventually he found a suspect. Lagarde. And if he thought she did it, there's no way she was innocent. But they declared her not guilty, and the case went cold. My father couldn't take it. He was broken, mentally and physically. Finally, he quit the force altogether.
So he had solid grounds to suspect Warden Lagarde.
He must have had evidence. He wouldn't have charged her otherwise. But I've never been able to see the materials from the case. I'm sorry, but that's all I know.
What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? This is useful information, but I don't think it's enough for Little Thief to recreate the scene.
Is there really nothing we can do? Now this has to be Franzi, right?
Are we gonna bet on it being Franziska?
Yes.
You look like you could use a hand.
Who is this now?
Nice.
Woo! Franziska,
And Mr. Fender!
we finally wrapped things up over at the courthouse, so we thought we'd see what you kids were up to.
Here.
What's this?
It says SS5 Incident Investigation Report.
As you can see, my narrative timing is superb. When Fifi Lagarde mentioned an incident from 12 years ago earlier, I couldn't help but wonder.
I couldn't help but wonder if I was a plot device all along.
Miles, do you ever feel like you're in a simulation of sorts? So I decided to look into it, and this is what Interpol provided.
Nice work, Franziska.
Thank you. Don't get the wrong idea, Miles Edgeworth. You're no longer a prosecutor. I didn't do this for you.
Yeah, whatever.
It's not like I wanted you to have important evidence or anything, but Baka. Why is she like this? I did it so that a colleague could solve his father's final case.
I owe you, sis. But everything related to the SS5 incident was supposed to be top secret.
Yes, but that classification was applied by the prosecutor in charge of the case, Excelsius Winner.
He was the prosecutor in charge.
Him again?
Don't worry. Due to the outcome of this morning's case, he's been stripped of his authority. An outcome that was in no small part thanks to the efforts of his own son.
Useless. So in defeating his father, he made the old case file available to us. It sounds like we owe him.
Prosecutor Eustace Winner is busy wrapping things up after the conclusion of the Lagarde trial. But he asked me to give you a message. Leave Dad and Lagarde to me. You focus on your case over there.
He's even starting to sound like a prosecutor.
Indeed he is. All right! Now that we have the case file, I can recreate the scene no problem.
Excellent. Let's get started. Huh. According to the file, the incident occurred exactly where the plaza is now.
Whoa, isn't that convenient? Then what are we waiting for? With me, everybody. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye.
With me, everybody, and half the cast. Oh no, everyone followed after all.
Oh, they teleported. Okay.
Yeah, okay. I guess they just didn't want to bother giving them walking animations.
That's fair enough.
Alright, Kay, if you could set Mr. Teeth in motion.
Sure. Looks like there's more than enough here to work with. Where do you want to start?
Good question. Let's see.
Yeah, I will.
It seems there was an eyewitness. A freelance journalist by the name of Alf Aldown. But apparently, he was killed by the culprit for witnessing the kidnapping.
So this is where you saw it all happen, huh?
Here, as in the big building?
No, construction of the big building only began a year ago. Before that, it had been a piece of abandoned property. And before that,
Now we're getting to the stuff I know. 12 years ago, this place would have been the happy family home. Like, for retired people? No, it was a place for children without parents. An orphanage, in other words.
the president was kidnapped from an orphanage.
Yeah, and the place was run by Fifi Lagarde. She called it her happy little home.
As the proprietor of the institution, I suppose it's understandable that she came under suspicion.
President Wang, Excelsius winner, and Warden Lagarde. Surely the SS5 incident must be related to our current case. Kay, could you enter the data relating to the murder of Mr. Aldown? It seems sensible to assume that he was killed by whoever kidnapped the president.
So, if we solve the murder, we solve the kidnapping. Nice.
Alright, we're counting on you.
Yippee!
Damn, someone kidnapped Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the heck is this?
Also, hi, Lane. I hope you're doing okay. When did I grow to become so blasé towards people's reactions to Mr. Chief? What we're seeing here is the front yard of the orphanage as it was 12 years ago. At least as far as the police reports describe it.
Yeah, this is how it looked when they started investigating at 7 a.m. the morning after the murder.
And it seems to have been snowing.
Yeah, from what I heard, the footprints wound up being pretty important evidence. The snow fell in the daytime the previous day.
In other words, before the incident occurred. Meaning that none of the relevant footprints would have been obscured by new snow. I think we'll need to pay these footprints some special attention. Throat's a bitch, but otherwise okay. Got some food. That's good. I hope your throat feels better soon. We still have the fucking footprints in our logic. Why even? These footprints stop by the body.
I guess that means they belong to Mr. Aldown, right? His feet were pretty big. What's that, about size 12? According to the file, they were the same size as his shoes. It's a match.
These footprints go toward the body and come back.
According to the case file, they're thought to be the killers. They're about a size 9. Pretty average, in other words. It seems the police weren't able to track down who the murderer was from them, though.
I'll fall down. The man who witnessed the president's kidnapping. But what exactly did he see?
I based this part of the recreation on one of the crime scene photos. I'm apparently completely unfazed by having seen this.
It's not the first time Kay's seen a body, so...
Shit, okay, fair.
It seems he suffered a blow to the back of the head.
Yeah, from that brick right there. And they figured it must have... They figured it must have been taken from here in the yard.
It looks like the blood flowed from the head wound and spread over the surrounding area.
God, nothing gets past him, huh? Here, a gift for you. This is Mr. Aldown's autopsy report.
Thank you, Kay. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Kay, I have unresolved trauma from more than just being a trans girl, Faraday.
Oh, for real though.
The entire fucking incident in the previous game. Where do we start? Fuck it. The cell phone must have belonged to the victim.
You're right. Yeah, says here in the file that Mr. Aldown made a call while he was watching the kidnapping.
A call? To whom?
His girl. Oh, whoops.
That's fine, go ahead.
No, please, no. I don't want another character.
His girlfriend. Seems he called her when he saw that the president was there. But she didn't pick up, so he left a message.
That's in here too, if you want to hear it.
Please. I don't think I actually included him in our role list because I didn't expect him to have any
Do you
fucking
want me to do it?
lines. Yeah, sure.
I can get Glebus to do it if you want.
Sure, go ahead.
Hey, Glebus, come over here. Hey, Rosie, it's me. I guess you're asleep already. Anyway, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. President Wang is here for some reason. And there's another... Damn it! The light's out, so I can't quite see, but... It looked like he was being kidnapped? Anyway, probably nothing, but...
Died it.
Damn, he really went and dyed it, huh?
Also, fucking wild that the first person he decides to call is his girlfriend and not, you know, the
Hey,
cops.
babe, I think I'm witnessing a presidential kidnapping right now.
What were those sounds at the end?
He must have been attacked while he was still on the phone.
Agent Lang, can I ask you something? Mr. Aldown's girlfriend, what was her name?
Does anyone want to place bets on who it might be?
It's
Fifi.
Verity. Oh!
Ringer. Rosie Ringer. At least that's what I heard.
Just as I thought. Wait, you mean...
Her revenge for what happened 12 years ago?
All Miss Ringer was left with were the memories and personal effects of her lover. And so, seeking revenge on Chairman Winner, she made her appearance at the auction. So she really was out for revenge on Chairman Winner, wasn't she?
Perhaps it was for his suppression of the kidnapping. Or perhaps it was because she thought he was one of the kidnappers. Okay, I feel very weird that I have extremely gay thoughts about that lady who held me up by a knife that I have mild PTSD about, but have strange conflicting feels when I think back about it for her day.
Tell me about it, Kay, tell me about it.
I'd be the same, I think. Anyways.
Ciao, anyway. Somebody's dropped a yellow flower here. I think this one symbolizes, the desire to steal treasures.
Okay, you can't just make these things up. What we can say is that it looks to be different from all the other flowers in the planter.
Huh. So, what's it doing here?
What indeed? We should examine the planters too.
I must be right. Somebody must have stolen it. It's a stolen treasure!
Okay.
Uh-huh. I think this one might actually symbolize the growing anger of a former prosecutor.
That's more accurate, thank you.
Wait, there's 3 flower pots, 3 holes in the ground that Excelsius dug up. So I'm guessing there's something hidden under one of these, right?
Wait, what? Oh, yeah. But they're not in the
And
same
that one has the
location.
flower in it. Oh yeah, no, yeah, good point.
I'll fall down. Freelance journalist.
Not anymore.
Killed after witnessing the kidnapping of President Wang.
Even in the recreation, it's pretty gruesome, huh?
It's even worse in the actual crime scene photos. That's a lot of blood. It seems mostly to have come from the back of his head, as you can see. That area is completely caked.
Yeah. The autopsy report says that's where he was hit with the brick.
Indeed. I imagine his attacker must have snuck up on him from behind. It looks as if he's clutching something in his right hand.
Oh, yeah, they mentioned that in the file somewhere. Let's see. According to this, it was a button.
A button. Torn from the attacker's clothing, perhaps? So the victim was carrying a camera.
Oh yeah, according to the file, they recovered a picture. Yeah. Here we are.
That's...
It's the president, right?
And somebody's pointing a gun at him. This must be what Mr. Aldan witnessed.
So the person in the trench coat is the kidnapper. God, nothing gets past me, huh?
Yes, I imagine they were trying to conceal their identity. But if Agent Lang's father's theory was correct, the person wearing that trench coat is Warden Lagarde.
How come they only found the one picture?
He probably wasn't able to take any more before he was attacked. This is me, a gay girl, asking for Twitch.tv, Alfira Nova, and gets to cosplay as Sheena for reasons. I really considered getting art of me as Sheena, but then I realized not everyone would recognize it as much as Franziska's outfit. And that's why I got the one in Franziska's outfit instead, that you can find on Twitter.
It's pretty cool.
It is really cool. This was the brick used in the murder.
There's stuff made of bricks all around the yard here. And they probably took it from somewhere nearby, huh?
Oh, we still don't have everything. What? Oh, no, we do. Never
Phone,
mind.
maybe? Oh, right.
No, we got the phone already.
Oh, right, yeah, sorry, my bad.
These planters.
Whoopsies! Forgot I was gay for a second. According to the case file, the yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage. And there were 3 planters on each side. Yo, I'm so right about it.
Yes, planters arranged in a very particular pattern. One we've seen somewhere before.
Shame there aren't many flowers, but I guess it was in the middle of winter.
Yes, but look at that one. It's bright yellow.
Weird. How come there's only one? Oh, wait, it looks like somebody dropped it. That's a lion lily, if I'm not very much mistaken. A rare member of the what? Lily? One moment, Miles Edgeworth.
Good luck.
How to pronounce?
Franziska, do you seriously have to look that up? I thought you were a genius prosecutor.
Listen here, Miles Edgeworth. This word is very difficult, and I don't have to say it very much, do I? Please, so, a video, please, quickly tell me how to put it. Lily ACI? Is it fuck? That is not how you pronounce that. There's no fucking way. All right, I'm going for Lily ACI. Let's just settle with that, shall we?
Sure.
That's a lion lily, if I'm not very much mistaken. A rare member of the family Liliaceae.
A lion lily, you say?
Wait, didn't Judge Cavell give President Wang some lion lilies?
What is the same flower doing here? This can't be a coincidence, can it?
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, she so did it. I believe this particular cultivar is from Asia, where it's said to symbolize the bond between parent and child.
I wasn't aware you were so knowledgeable when it came to flowers, Francisco.
Ha! What I just told you is common knowledge. Perhaps you just need to read a little more. Damn, okay.
Okay. According to Lane, Lily ACI is correct. To be completely fair, when I read it like that, it does also seem logical to me.
Yeah. Oh, it seems logical to you, does it?
Yes.
I see how it is.
Uh-huh.
Listen, I tried my best, okay?
Uh-huh. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum.
Hey, this arch, we've seen it somewhere before, right?
Indeed we have. It's the same one that stands over the entrance of the big building today.
But this is supposed to be how things looked 12 years ago. Was it there the whole time?
It seems the architects worked the old archway into the structure of the new building.
The future is simply the past reheated. I think I heard that somewhere.
And for once, it seems you might have remembered it correctly.
But 12 years is a long time to reheat something for. If it was your lunch, it'd be ruined.
Okay.
Okay. God, I'm so smart.
So that's what our monstrous hoof prints really were.
Wait, what?
Recall the arrangement of the prints. Now compare it to that of the planters.
Whoa!
That's right, I believe the footprints were located exactly where our planters once stood.
So Chairman Winner was digging around the front of them?
He was. And why might he have been doing that?
No, don't ask me.
We have a piece of evidence in our possession that answers exactly that question. Which piece of evidence shows why Chairman Winner might have been digging in front of the planters? Wait, what? Huh. I actually do have to think about this one for a second.
The
What?
dirt on the glove. I mean,
Yeah, but
Was
that's
it's not
just that he was digging.
that
right?
he was digging, but why was he digging?
like the thing you got out of the locked locker thing that said that it was buried in front of the planters?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure it's still right. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so
Nice
stupid.
winner, June.
Take that!
Thank you. Recall, if you will, the report that Warden Lagarde sent to Chairman Winner. In it, she mentioned something that had been laid to rest in front of a planter.
Oh, you think she was telling him where to dig? Wait, but why 3 holes?
Because the report didn't specify which of the planters she meant.
Oh, I get it. So he wasn't sure which one it was. Which meant that he had to try and dig up all 3.
I imagine so, yes. Poor Chairman Winner.
I'll play the world's smallest violin for him.
Uh-huh.
But why go to all that trouble? What was he looking for?
I do appreciate that Ash and Kay share a brain cell. Yeah.
Damn right we do.
Kay is just Ash personified.
Is she?
Yeah.
I think that's a good thing.
What?
I think that's a good thing.
I think so, yeah. Does that make sense?
No, I don't think so, because the brick,
No.
we're reconstructing the crime scene from the file, right? So they
Yeah.
already had the brick.
Trans lesbian girl fail who is extremely endearing and you want to pet on the head. Makes sense.
Little old me.
Where do we go? This looks like a snowman, but it's mostly melted.
Well, it's no wonder he's all slushy. He's wearing a hat and a scarf. He must have been all roasty toasty. Oh, and look at his cute little button eye just lying there.
He probably would have frozen back up again at dawn, you know? That's when it's usually coldest.
I don't think that would have helped much, Mr. Edgeworth. If a melted snowman froze again, it wouldn't turn back into a snowman. It would turn into an Iceman.
What? Is what I bet you wanted me to say, isn't it? Well, too bad.
Doesn't it make you think about the finality of life,
No.
Mr. Edgeworth? About how everything is temporary?
Damn, a melted snowman becomes an X-Man.
Happens to the best of us.
3 planters covered with snow.
Is anything the matter, Agent Lang?
Yeah, something's not right. I wasn't able to look at the case file until now.
Indeed, you have Chairman Winner to thank for that, it seems.
Yeah, but what's weird is I've seen this scene somewhere before.
What?
But where? I keep thinking I've got it, but then it's gone.
He appears to be lost in his efforts to remember. Perhaps I should leave him alone for now. Ah.
How dare you, Scruffy! Don't you dare tell anybody! I'll just deny it anyway!
Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta help me out here, sir.
What's the matter, Detective?
It's about Yesa's 5 incident. What else? I know Chairman Winner.
Sorry.
I know Chairman Winner isn't in charge anymore and all. But a top secret file being available to us so quickly after its removal, something seemed off. So that got me to thinking, and I put in a call, and they told me that, well, that Miss Von Karma went to some pretty extreme lengths to get a file released.
Curse you, Scruffy! I deny everything!
Ah!
It sounds like you went to a lot of trouble for our sake, Franziska. Don't worry, your efforts won't be for nothing. I'll solve this case, you'll see. You
Why
know,
is she so like this?
Tsundere. You know why the mutants are my favorite superheroes? I happen to be an X-Man too. Holy fucking shit, Lane.
Same fucking joke.
That's a good one. There are burn marks on this pillar here.
The report says that there was a fire sometime on the evening of the incident.
A fire?
Let's see, where was it again? Ah! Yeah, one of the orphans set a fire with some kerosene. Some sort of prank, probably.
They sound like a lively bunch. Possibly too lively. It seems their antics spoil our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building.
Sussy stuff, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think that's about all we can learn from the scene for now.
All right. How about I try to show you how things looked earlier on in the night?
Also, okay, never say the word sus ever again. I know you did, but
I'm sorry.
I'm still not over her actually saying sus in the captive turnabout.
Shit was good.
That would very much be appreciated. Could you take us back to the moment at which the victim witnessed the kidnapping?
Sure, I'll use the photograph he took. Here goes nothing.
Kay would be a fan of Among Us for sure. She would. She'd have like a little keychain of one of the crewmates.
She so would. I mean, she's already got a kind of sussy looking belt buckle on there, on her bag.
True.
Kinda
There's
looks
Mr.
like a
All
woman.
down in the middle of the planters.
And there's the president and his kidnapper out by the road.
My father based his investigation on the evidence Aldown provided. That was why he thought the kidnapping and the orphanage were connected somehow.
And how he wound up suspecting Fifi Lagarde. She was the one running the orphanage at the time.
Exactly. But when the case went to trial, Excelsior's winner put a big hole in that theory.
He did?
Yeah, after all, the president and the kidnapper weren't actually in the grounds of the orphanage. So it was hard to conclusively prove any kind of connection.
That's bullshit. What?
Yeah, wait, what? Huh. So they were never seen inside the gates of the orphanage.
Detectives bust a gut to find evidence on the scene. And then prosecutors come along and twist it for their own ends. Winter and Lagarde were working together. They had some kind of deal, I'm sure of it.
So you're saying that Chairman Winner was working with the kidnapper?
Your father was convinced that Lagarde was the culprit, correct? And you say he was a gifted and thorough investigator. Then he must have had more to support this theory than just Mr. Aldown's message, surely?
Yeah, he must have. I just don't know what it is. It wasn't exactly a case you like talking about.
Agent Lang's father, Da Long Lang, trusted ally and confidant of President Wang. He discovered truths that were subsequently suppressed by Chairman Winner. Our first priority should be to find out what they were. Kay would be a fan of him. She'd play with Edgeworth, and Edgeworth would always be doing the most in the emergency meetings, but lose because of time. Edgeworth would be the only one actively trying to figure out who the fucking imposters are.
That is the realest thing I've ever heard in my fucking life.
What's the over-under on it being Dan Avedon as the killer? Wait, actually, Aegean, I talked about this with you last night, right? About who we thought could be possible suspects. And the only persons we really can imagine are Fender or somehow Simeon?
Simeon!
Because Ace Attorney works with a few rules. It basically can't be a recurring character from a different game. Because people would be too angry. So any recurring characters in this case are already not possible. So that leaves only like Sean and Verity, who, Tabby, maybe, but that's almost as strange as Simeon.
I think it's Eddie. I really think it's Eddie.
I have no clue.
Or it's Kay. We haven't ruled out Kay.
Kay is a recurring character.
Yeah, but she's not in any of the other games.
She is in the different investigations game.
Well, yeah, but like that's only recurring once, you know?
That doesn't matter.
Oh my god, are people that finicky about things?
If only she recurred in a future game, right?
Yeah.
I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. There's a
Damn right.
handprint on the snowman.
No. Hey, not Snowman. It was melted in the simulation of the morning after the murder, huh? And that muffler was all wet, and its little button eyes had fallen off.
Indeed. It still looked reasonably healthy at this point. Although not entirely. I can see one thing that's missing.
For free? Oh, poor guy.
I
bet some
sneezed.
kid took it as a stupid prank.
What do you mean
Yeah,
you're
I-
free? For free.
I know what I said.
Huh?
Not a bad piece of thieving, though. Maybe they had potential.
You think one of the orphans took it? I'm not so sure. In fact, I think it was grabbed by somebody else entirely. Could this be related to the evidence somehow?
Eureka!
This snowman is missing a certain something, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, his right eye.
Indeed. Luckily, we've managed to locate it.
The button Mr. Alldown was holding. Look at that. It's the same type of button as the other eye and everything.
And if we suppose that the button was indeed the snowman's missing eye, that presents something of a contradiction. What does the button contradict?
The victim's location, right?
Probably, yeah. The victim was clutching the button, and the button was covered with his blood. Which means he must have grabbed it after being attacked. Let's run a little hypothetical, shall we? What if, after being struck, Mr. Alldown lost his balance and reached out to grab something to steady himself, the snowman? The snowman wouldn't have supported him, so he would have grasped the button and continued falling.
Oh, I get it. So you're saying that he was near the snowman when he was attacked?
I am. Within arm's reach, to be precise. And he's currently nowhere near that close.
Right, but his footprints only go as far as the planter. He never came back this way.
What if they weren't his footprints? I think we need to look at all the prints again.
All right, I'll take us back to the scene when Mr. Alldown's body was found.
It's honestly so funny watching you guys puzzle it out knowing who the culprit is. I can't imagine. I've mostly just learned to let these games run their scores because they'll find a way.
They do often have a slightly terminal case of, oh no, actually it was this far less rewarding answer.
Slightly
of who the culprit
terminal
was.
case of Deus Ex Machina.
No. Every fucking case. The last case of Investigations 1 was like
The
a
fuck?
string of Deus Ex Machina. Fun though.
It's fun, yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
wait, I'm okay. But the footprints on the left definitely matched up with Mr. Alldown's shoes, right? So, what's the deal?
Let's take another look and see if we can figure it out. No, I can't get it figured out, okay? I'm sorry.
Ah, shit. Alright, I'll just put it back to the other one then.
Can we really be sure that these are Mr. Alldown's footprints?
Well, they're the same size, 12, which is pretty big, and the prints match his shoes. They also go straight to the middle of the planters where his body was found.
But as we've established, when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman.
Well, being a great thief, I know a few contortionist tricks, but... Ooh, that would be way beyond even me. Some average Joe stretching his arms that far? Basically impossible.
I think we can be
Hey.
reasonably certain that the prints were made by the shoes the victim was wearing. But can we be certain that they were actually the victim's shoes? Perhaps we should take another look at them. Look, as long as entertaining Ace Attorney characters are around and I get to be gay, it's fine. Luckily, there's a ton of Ace Attorney characters around that you get to be gay for. Francisca's ears perking up like Ayo. These shoes, as the case file says, they match the footprints, but... Huh, these aren't the victim's shoes. I'm sure of it.
What do you mean?
Look at how the laces are tied. Don't they look a little strange to you? What's more, they don't appear to fit properly.
So, these prints, they go right up to where the victim was found, and they stop right by his feet.
But they didn't actually belong to him.
So, are the prints by his head his? The ones that lead away and come back?
No, I don't think so. They're
Oh.
too small.
So, neither set belongs to him. Then, how did he get here?
That's easy enough. He didn't walk. He was carried by the killer. So then where did the murder take place? Was it really over by the snowman as we suspect? I mean, that would
Fuck, I don't
make
know,
sense
maybe.
with the blood eater, I imagine. Ace Attorney characters either be made out to be complete comic relief or the most camp gay person you've ever seen. And in many cases, actually both. Looking at you, Max Galactica.
Holy shit, that's such a good name.
He's from Justice for All, the second game, the third case. And he is
Then I know what I must...
such a dumb character.
Fresh blood. And plenty of it. According to the autopsy report, he died from loss of blood due to the blow to the back of his head.
Yes, and that blood spread out over the entire area. I doubt anybody could have bled that much and survived. Anyway, this certainly seems to confirm what the autopsy report suggests. But do you want to go back to the Berrybeck Circus? I'd prefer never going back to the Berrybeck Circus, but I have a slight feeling like we might have to at some point. Watch all fear and now play every Ace Attorney game on stream. Maybe I'll play more Ace Attorney games later down the line, but
No.
calm the fuck down, Ash, Jesus. I said later down the line.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, you want me to show the scene as described in Mr. Aldan's voicemail, right? Okay, let's take another look at how things were when the president was kidnapped. For the record, if you do any more Ace Attorney games, I would love to be there. And there we have it.
I figured as much, no worries.
Yeah.
I might play more Ace Attorney games like later in the future, but that's gonna be a while because I need to figure out how to do these streams better in that case. Mr. Aldown took his picture of the president's kidnapping from here.
And then called Rosie Ringer.
By which point his killer must have already been approaching him from behind.
With a brick in their hand, ready to strike.
Hmm. Might this be something?
Maybe?
Yep. If Chairman Winner was involved in President Wang's abduction, then it seems likely that whatever he dug up yesterday had something to do with the kidnapping.
Oh, I get it!
You do?
You bet I do! We're talking about treasure, right? Loot. He must have been digging up the ransom money.
Huh? The ransom money? $100 million is an awful lot of cash. Burying it would have been a good way to keep it hidden until the heat died down. It certainly seems like a possibility. Oh, okay, I guess we're running with it.
Glad you agree. I mean, that kind of makes sense.
Sure. I can't get over how his name is Winner, oh my god. I like it. Eustace Winner is a great name in my eyes. I do still also really like the name the fan patch gave him, which was Sebastian the Best.
Sebastian the Best!
Oh no.
Yeah. And his father was named Blaze the Best.
That one's pretty funny.
So this was how things looked right before the president was presumably led away at gunpoint.
He seems super strong, but he still wasn't a match for a gun, huh?
Indeed, and Mr. Alldown captured this little scene on camera from over by the planters. But if he did, then how?
How could he have grabbed that button off of the snowman if he really was all the way over there?
Precisely. I think we need to look at the situation again at a different point in time. Oh,
Oh my fucking god, Edgeworth, you're making me go back again?
I guess so, okay. I'm terribly sorry.
Really? Okay. You want me to show you the scene as reported in the police's case files, right? Okay, let's take another look at how things were when they found the body. And there we have it.
Thank you, Kay.
No problem. Just don't fucking ask me to do it again, Mr. Edgeworth, I swear to God.
I will ask you to do it again at a later point in time.
God fucking damn it, Edgeworth.
I think Mr. Aldown's body was moved. How else do we explain the button clutched in his hand? And that would suggest that he was killed somewhere near the snowman. I'd better take a closer look. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention.
Poor snowman. He's not looking good.
It can't be helped. Snow and ice eventually melt. That's just how it is.
And so do mysteries. All we have to do is wait. The snowman of the case will melt into the clear water of truth.
All you have to do is wait, okay? I have to work to solve those mysteries.
That is your own personal problem, Mr. Edgeworth. Size 9 footprints going toward the body and away from it. The case file says they must have belonged to the murderer.
They grow fainter as they get closer to the orphanage gates.
That's just because there's less snow over here, no?
Be that as it may, it certainly doesn't help in matching the prints up with a name and face. Oh, there's... There's a brick missing here.
Wait. Yeah.
Huh? Oh.
That's my, I think you'll find twitch.tv/alpharanova.
Go ahead, Kay.
Huh? Look, there's a brick missing here. Line read.
The rest of the brickwork looks fine. Strange that just this one is missing. A call back to Tekken last night, the almighty prowess of King is no match for a gun.
Exactly! It would be so funny if there was no connection there.
I would have been so confused. It seems quite likely that the missing brick was the one used in the murder, wouldn't you say?
Oh, yeah, now that you mention it, they're the exact same size and shape.
I think we have to conclude that the murder actually happened over by the snowman. I'm starting to think, if just
Don't do that, don't do that.
just a little fear. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense either. Okay, no, I'm confused. Never mind.
Well, hang on, wait.
Yeah,
This is the same president that was willing to fake an assassination attempt, right?
you think he faked a kidnapping as well?
I actually think he did, because that's, like, how else would that photo have been taken? Because the button's gone from the snowman, Alldown must have been dead at that point, right?
I didn't know about that. No, because Alldown called his girlfriend while it was going on.
Well, sure, but he didn't snap that picture while it was going on, because Edgeworth is saying that he got struck by the brick and grabbed the button as he fell to the ground to try and balance himself. And if the button's already grabbed in that picture, then he must be dead by that point.
Maybe.
Or at least dying, I guess. Right, the button came from there and the brick too.
Indeed. And what's more, if the murderer took the brick from right by the snowman, and then tried to sneak up on the victim all the way over by the planters.
Mr. Alldown would have seen them right away.
Exactly. I think we need to update the simulation, okay? Mr. Alldown wasn't standing by the planters, he was next to the snowman.
Gotcha! Alright, here goes.
Watch them do a Tekken crossover someday. It would make more sense for them to do a Street Fighter crossover because that's both Capcom IPs. I would.
You want me to read out that?
I would love to see a Ace Attorney and Street Fighter collab someday, though. That would be so funny.
Street Fighter and Tekken did a collab at some point, though, didn't they?
Yeah, that's two fighting games, though.
Well, yeah. But...
They were supposed to do another collab, and that never happened.
Yeah.
Tekken X Street Fighter, my beloved. Yeah, you can read it out, Ash. That's fine.
Oh, okay. Wish me luck. Whoa! You're right, Mr. King! You're really insightful. The killer must be someone tied to the International Fighter Tournament.
To the King of Iron Fist tournament. It's Heihachi Mishima again.
But I thought he was completely dead, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yeah, we always think that, Kay.
Something measly lava. Yeah, no matter how you look at it, this just doesn't work, huh?
This is really fucking strange. Indeed. Everybody who is present is in exactly the same spot.
So, where did we go wrong?
One of the pieces of evidence on which we based our simulation must be the source of the problem. What if one of them was faked somehow? But which one was it? The picture, then, I'm assuming.
Gotta be the picture.
Can we really be certain that this picture was taken by Mr. Alldown?
Huh? What do you mean?
We know that whoever killed him moved his body. But why would they have done that? What if they wanted to make it seem like he saw something he didn't?
And then they took the photo to help back up the lie.
They had the president at gunpoint. They could easily have forced him to pose for the picture.
Yeah, that's true.
He would have had no choice but to comply.
Hey, now that you mention it, they only recovered one picture from Mr. Alldown's camera, right?
Indeed. I imagine this killer probably removed a film that was already in there, then replaced it with another, thereby ensuring that the only picture found was the one they staged.
Yeah, that makes total sense! So this picture was actually taken after Mr. Alldown was killed! No way.
And there you have it. The picture doesn't show what Mr. Alldown saw at all. It seems highly likely that was simply staged to make us believe that was the case.
Wait, so where was the president when Mr. Alldown thought he saw him being kidnapped?
Luckily, the photograph isn't the only piece of evidence we can use to try and figure that out.
Oh, yeah, he left that voicemail too.
He did. I think we should listen back to it one more time, don't you?
Yeah, sure, why not?
This is surely the only place where the president and his kidnapper could have been standing.
Take that!
Oh, that was not the right button. I wanted to check my organizer and I realized I couldn't, so I panic smashed the fucking triangle button.
Whoopsies. That's where they really were? How do you figure that?
Huh. Do I need a reason?
What? You mean you don't have one?
That clearly wasn't it. Okay, let me check the fucking... The light's out, so I can't quite see.
Let's go over what Mr. Aldown said in his message one more time. He mentioned some of the stuff he could see, right?
He did. Perhaps we can use that to help us figure out where they were standing.
Oh god, it's bullet triangulation all over again.
This is surely the only place where the president and his kidnapper could have been standing. This light is out, though.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I think
it's
we've
go-
got
Oh,
our
and that would
answer.
explain why the fire happened there, right?
Yeah. Also, you've got another line in chat, Ash.
Oh shit, okay, hang on, let me just do a quick pass on this real quick. Let me see. Whoa, that Heihachi Mishima character must be really strong. His son threw him in a volcano on like 3 different occasions and he's still back? And he killed Jin. How does he do it?
Fucking every Tekken player ever wondering where the fuck the story is going to go this time.
It's gonna go nowhere.
True.
Take that!
Recall this statement from Mr. Aldown's voicemail. Damn it, the light's out. 2 of the lights here in the yard are broken.
Oh, right, yeah, sorry. Yeah, he must have been talking about the one over by the building.
Alright, could you update the simulation to reflect everything we've learned?
No.
Okay, please.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I guess that's where we end then.
And there we have it. The kidnapper was really standing over by the building.
Yes. Which would certainly have strengthened the theory that they were connected to the orphanage.
So they moved the body and staged a photograph to distort the picture and painted by the voicemail. Which helped them undermine the idea that the orphanage was involved when the case went to trial.
Well, that certainly changes what this particular part of the simulation tells us. I imagine it will also affect our understanding of the scene from when the body was found.
Only one way to find out. Ready to make the jump?
To switch between the 2 recreations, I need to first press triangle to talk with Kay. Oh, brother. Okay. Shut the fuck up and just do it, please. Thank you.
Jeez, alright, Mr. Edgeworth. Kind of moody with it today, aren't you?
Do you ever get this feeling of deja vu, Kay?
I mean, occasionally.
Hey, Hachi Mishima.
Occasionally?
Nice one. Hey, Hachi Mishima is just Phoenix Wright, guy who gets hit by a car, thrown off a mountain, eats a necklace, and somehow survives.
It's fucking real as hell.
Phoenix Wright in Apollo Justice is built different. Gets driven, literally gets hit by a car and is fine for the most part.
Nah, I'd win, but then he actually wins.
So this is where Mr. Aldown really met his fate. But he was moved in order to make the scene consistent with the staged photograph. Over to the spot between the planters.
So the footprints, the fact that they go over there and come back.
Yes, I think that tells us something important. That they were left by whoever carried him over there. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Blood on the snow. A lot of it. It certainly looks as if a murder occurred here, doesn't it?
Wait, but we just figured out that Mr. Aldan was killed over by the snowman, right?
We did. I think this blood might belong to somebody else.
What? But the police report said the blood was Mr. Aldan's.
Need I remind you that the case was overseen by Chairman Winner? The man
you're right.
would have no scruples about altering the official record over something this small.
But then, why go to all that trouble? Couldn't he have just cleaned up the blood instead?
He wasn't able to. Think about it. He knew that this was where the police would find Mr. Aldown's body. And he knew that the police would have certain scientific methods at their disposal to look for clues.
Oh, you mean luminol? Yeah, they would have found traces of blood if they used that for sure.
Exactly.
Sure.
He wouldn't have been able to clean it up to the point where it was undetectable. Far easier to falsify the results of any such tests when they came back in. It would simply have been a matter of replacing the official results with a doctored copy.
Yeesh, so we've been looking at a forgery this whole time? That sucks. Wait, but it says Mr. Aldown's clothes were covered in blood too.
It does. And if they were, which seems entirely believable, it suggests that whoever's blood this is, it wasn't yet dry when Mr. Aldown's body was placed here.
I get it. Which means that the other person's blood was spilt not long before Mr. Aldown was killed.
I think it does, yes. But if that's the case, doesn't that present something of a contradiction?
No?
Um... Wait. I mean, it does. I have to admit, I also don't really know exactly what.
What was the dialogue again? Oh, with the phone call then, right? Oh, well, I guess maybe not, actually. So the blood was already there before he was killed. Oh,
Hmm?
does it contradict with the findings of the autopsy report?
How so?
Because if it's not his blood, then it's possible he didn't die of blood loss.
I mean, you can still see that he got struck by a brick. So,
I mean, yeah, but like, I could survive that.
ha?
Look, I'll prove it right now, hang on.
Donk.
Ouchie.
I think I might just have to look this one up.
Well, shucks.
I really have no idea, unless one of you has an idea. Hearing
Not
that made me a
really.
flashbacks to Tekken. Owie, owie, ouchie.
Owie, owie, ouch.
Well,
I would just go for the autopsy report. Fuck it.
it's the fire, apparently.
Huh?
Ha.
Eureka!
Ace Attorney moment.
Oh, because the fire was before the incident,
Well, yeah,
but the blood is like half burned.
blood isn't burnt, is it? What?
There, it's like under the fire. I don't know if that's just a texturing.
That's
thing,
not.
or
That's
what?
that's just dirt. The fire is not where the blood is.
Oh yeah, shit.
It's
right,
just-
yeah, fair point.
Through the fire and flames. Sorry.
Notoriously easy beat.
Anyways, after that piece of Ace Attorney logic, there's a clear contradiction here.
Ah, in the bloodstain?
The blood is clearly cut off where the snow was melted by the fire. Oh, so that is all
I
from the
fucking
fire.
told you.
That is not clear at all. What the fuck?
No, it's kind of not really.
Which means that the blood in question was spilled before the fire was started.
Huh? But the fire happened before the murder, no?
If we choose to believe the case file, yes. But if the fire was actually set after what happened here,
The kid who lit it might have seen something.
then why isn't there a witness statement? Because that would have challenged Chairman's winner versions of events.
We need to know more about his fire. You! Yes, Shifu! The fire might have been reported to the police, which means there might be a record of it. Go see if they have anything, and bring everything you find back here right away. Understood, Shifu! I'll get right onto it! One more thing. What is it, Shifu? Contact my family back in Zhengfa. Tell them to search my father's office. There should be something there related to the case.
There should. What kind of something exactly?
I told you I'd seen this scene somewhere before, didn't I? Well, I remembered where. It was in my father's office. He had a picture of it, or at least of something very much like it.
What?
It looked like it was drawn by a child.
Possibly a child from the orphanage. Possibly even a child who set the fire.
It should still be there somewhere. Tell them to send it right away. Yes, Shifu!
Whew.
Shifu, I'm back! I brought everything the police had on the fire. And I also brought the picture from your father's office. About time. What kept you, huh? Well, hand it over.
Let's take a look at this mysterious picture, shall we?
This is it. This is the picture I remember.
Is that... Is that
It is.
Canis?
It so is.
Could this be a depiction of something that happened on the night of the incident?
It sure looks like a kid drew it, huh?
Yes, and I'm willing to bet it's the work of the child who set the fire.
/ delusional artists, am I right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Okay, that was a child.
Shifu, there's... What now? Look, it'll have to wait, okay? Well, Mr. Prosecutor. Why do you think my father kept this?
I imagine he acquired it at some point during his investigation. Although I have no idea why he would have chosen to keep it to himself. Could we see the case file for the fire too?
Sure, here.
If you'll just give me a moment to read through it. It seems the boy who started the fire snuck out of bed on the evening of the incident. And then disappeared several days later.
What? Must have been because he saw something, right?
No! A kid? Really? That's horrible.
But sadly, not unimaginable.
Huh? Looks like the kids left something behind that was put into evidence. Huh? What's this?
That's... What's it doing in that case file?
What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? Have you seen this somewhere before?
Something very much like it, yes. We have a piece of evidence that could well be connected. Which item of evidence relates to the item the boy left behind?
Oh my god, do you know what would be so fucking funny? Is if the recording in the plushie
Take that!
was actually from this incident and had nothing to do with the other
Yo.
one.
That would be... fucking wild.
And then Kay...
I don't know what it was doing in the evidence for that case, but it looks like that might be the missing horn from this soft toy.
Hey, that was President Wang's!
You've seen it before?
Of course! He always kept it somewhere close by. I remember it because of its missing piece.
I see. It has a special device inside it that plays recorded sound. Oh, hello? It has a special device inside it that plays recorded sound when you twist a horn.
Does it just skip dialogue sometimes?
No, I think I accidentally turned on autoplay.
Oh, skill issue. Hey, do you think maybe putting the horn back on might unlock more recordings? So
I'll
sorry about that line.
I'll take a sip. Big sip. You never know. The toy itself should still be up on the 51st floor.
Hey, you heard the man. Yes, Shifu, I'll go fetch it right away. Here it is, Shifu. The Torosaurus doll, just like you asked. Good work. Hand it to the prosecutor over there.
Well, does the horn found at the orphanage fit the president's plushie? Well, it fucking does.
It fits perfectly!
And any more recordings on there?
There are more recordings on there. Oh shit.
Turn it off right now!
What's gotten into Judge Gavel?
Are you okay? Just turn it off, please! Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh. Oh, shit!
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh, no!
Oh.
No!
Sean Fenn?
The kid?
Should I read this out then?
No, because that's not Verity. There's
Oh, shit, right. Yeah,
it's
right.
a different name.
What? He was my dad?
I'm so sorry, Sean.
Care to explain what the heck is going on, Gavel?
Sean isn't my biological son. I adopted him.
And he was aware of this?
Yes, of course. His mother, Amelie Fenn, she died 5 years ago. We were cousins. But we were also friends. The best of friends. People often mistook us for sisters. And so, when she died, it seemed only natural that Sean should come and live with me. Of course, we had to keep his father's identity secret. And I decided that the best way to do that would be for him to never know in the first place.
That's quite a lot to learn from a recording made on a seemingly innocent toy. I guess Sean's mother must have recorded the message and then sent the plushie to the president.
Hey,
Yes, Sean?
you're sure? He was really my dad?
Yes, I'm sure. Before you were born, your mother worked for a time as a diplomat in Zhengfa.
Makes sense. That line of work might well have brought her into contact with the president.
What? You told me she worked at the orphanage.
She did, but only after she returned. After she quit the diplomatic service. She always loved helping others. The orphanage was perfect for her.
Knuckle back!
Sorry, Judge Gavel, but I have to ask. Amelie, the lady who asked the president to come. Why didn't she show up herself? Why isn't she anywhere in the files related to the SS5 incident?
She never made it to the rendezvous that night. Someone was tailing her.
I'll bet that was Chairman Winner's doing. Though sadly we can't prove it.
And, because she couldn't make it, she never saw the president again.
Then she died 5 years ago. This can't be easy for Sean.
Hey, Sean, are you thirsty? We could go get a soda. My treat, okay? Come on, I think I saw a vending machine over.
You think I can buy myself a soda? This is important and it's about me. I'm staying.
Oh, that didn't work out at all. Sean, perhaps now you can guess why I met with the president 2 nights ago.
So that's it. That was the big secret.
I wanted to tell him face to face that Amelie was gone. But also that you were alive and well. More than well.
But
It makes sense now. No wonder Judge Gavel was so keen to avoid sharing the details of their meeting.
Yeah. She would have had to share the truth about Sean, too. That was why I took the lion lilies with me. So that there would be no doubt that I knew Amelie, and that I knew her well. Those flowers bore a special significance for the two of them, you see. Ow. President Wang gave Amelie a bouquet of lion lilies in the early days of their romance. But now, he too is dead. If only he had lived. Sean might finally have been able to get to know him.
Shifu! I've been waiting for the right time to say this, but What? What is it? You've been hovering here this whole time. Can't it wait? They sent something else from Zhengfa. President Wang's will. What?
The president's will, huh?
He gave my father medal after medal. They had to come up with new ones just for him. In the end, there were no more medals left to give, so he made us the keeper of his last will and testament. Those medals, that duty, they're our greatest pride, our family jewels. What this is?
What is it, Agent Lang? Does it have anything to do with our current case?
You could say that. Seems he was planning on publicly acknowledging Sean as his son.
Sean's name appears in the president's will!
And we're certain that the document is authentic. That President Wang wrote it himself.
Sure we are. It's old, but it's real. My family took charge of it back before the SS5 incident happened. They'll want to analyze it back home to be sure, but I'd stake my name on it being the genuine article.
Wang was a renowned world leader. A child nobody knew about would have been sure to cause a stir. And yet he chose to mention the child in his will nonetheless.
Well, that's that, I guess. I still can't quite believe it, but the president confirmed it with his own hand. There's no denying it, Sean. You're President Wang's son.
Sean!
Sean!
Holy shit.
Christ, what a case.
What a case?
Not the time, K.
Right, yeah, sorry.
Hi, Delta. Yeah, no, I'm actually kind of glad Sean isn't Verity's biological kid, because, you know,
Yeah.
26-year-old with a 13-year-old kid was kind of
Yikes.
strange. All right, I'm going to be taking a 10-minute break so people can go and grab water and stuff. Okay, we are back for the next part.
Yippee!
Yippee! And we found Sean. That was fast. What?
I mean,
He's a child.
It's the only direction he could have gone in, right? I mean,
That's true. I may
Kay
pass
is
out
the only
shortly.
one that's visibly sad.
Kay is the only. No, Lang as well. Lang as well.
Oh, he's kind of pensive with it.
Pensive. I may pass out shortly, but we shall see. Well, if you do, I hope you have a good nap, Lane. Ah,
Yeah.
There's a mom.
Sean.
He was my dad.
It can't have been easy, learning the truth about his father's identity so unexpectedly. And too late to ever get to know him.
You know how hard I tried to find him?
Sean.
I get it. He was the president. He had a lot more to think about than just me. But it was right there in front of me. Right there on the set. So why? Why didn't he just say something? Why didn't he tell me who he was?
I'm sorry, Sean. I'm so sorry.
It's not your fault, Mom. It's mine. If I hadn't broken my promise to you, that fire would never happen and he wouldn't have. I've ruined everything. Everything is all my fault. I even ruined your flowers.
Sean! Please. You mustn't blame yourself. Just try to be here with me. Just for a little while.
The bond between a parent and child, as symbolized by the lion lily. I'm no expert, but it's native to Zhengfa, so I know that much at least.
Sadly, we don't have the luxury of dwelling on such things just now. I know it might seem insensitive, Agent Lang, but sentimentality won't help us here. We need to focus on what we can do about the case before us.
You're right.
I believe we've learned all we need to about what happened back then for now. How did it all line up with your father's theories about the case?
I wouldn't know. He took those to the grave with him. He never shared his thoughts with anybody. There's no way of knowing now what he figured out.
What about your own thoughts? Are you feeling any more positive in light of what we learned from case reconstruction? Are we any closer to learning what really happened 12 years ago?
You know, I think we might be. My father's footsteps are starting to become clear. Now, all we need to do is follow them. All the way to the truth! The president went to the orphanage that night. That much we know for sure. The Torosaurus toy proves it. He must have gone there to meet with Amelie Fenn. Except he was kidnapped, and Aldown happened to see it. If Aldown hadn't been there, there wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. Instead, they had to move his body to the planters and stage that photo to throw everybody off the scent.
So that's our current theory, is it?
But there's something I still don't understand.
There is?
This. Why risk staging the picture? They would have had to force the president to play along. What if he hadn't?
I mean, you had him at gunpoint. It's a good question. And we may be closer to discovering the answer than we think. We'll just have to get there one deduction at a time.
Yeah, I guess we will. Alright, the Jews away.
We're not certain about that, though. Because there's blood from someone else and we have no idea from who.
Oh, true.
So there might have been a murder next to Aldown.
Objection!
Other than Aldown. You're saying there would have been no murder if Mr. Aldown hadn't witnessed the kidnapping? But is that really the case?
Why wouldn't it be? Their main aim was to abduct the president, right? So if there hadn't been a witness present, they wouldn't have needed to murder anybody.
And yet it remains possible that Mr. Aldown wasn't the only person killed that night. There was a large pool of blood between the planters, but Mr. Aldown was murdered over by the snowman. It can't have belonged to him. What if all that blood by the planters belonged to somebody else?
Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. You do realize what you're saying, don't you?
I do. It's hard to believe, I'll be the first to admit it. But it's what the evidence suggests. Not just one person was killed here 12 years ago, but two.
You're saying they covered up a whole separate murder? But whose? Who else was killed that night?
Whoever covered up this other homicide, that's so very skillfully indeed. They even seem to have been able to avoid it being mentioned in the files. But they didn't quite get rid of everything. We have a piece of evidence from 12 years ago that they never managed to erase. This clearly shows that something else happened that night. Torosaurus plushie?
Or the drawing.
Oh yeah.
Take that!
Excelsius Winner tried to shroud the existence of the other murder in darkness. But there was one piece of evidence he wasn't able to suppress. Thanks to the efforts of your father, Agent Lang.
My father?
Cast your mind back, if you will. Something else was hidden along with all the other evidence from the crime scene. The existence of the child who set the fire in front of the orphanage. But why would Chairman Winner wish to erase him from the record? Because he saw something he shouldn't have. That's why.
He did? What was it?
It's right here in this picture.
The picture my father kept.
I think we can all agree that the president on the right hand, that's the president on the right hand side. And that's the Torosaurus toy in his hand. But who's that standing across from him?
Take that!
Eastern robes and a black dog? That can only be Body Dharmacanis.
What? The creepy assassin guy?
And what would a hired killer be doing in the presence of a president? I can think of only one thing. That's right. It wasn't the kidnapping that occurred here 12 years ago. It was an assassination.
Hiya!
And Warden Lagarde and Chairman Winner were...
Yes, I think they were complicit. More than complicit, in fact. One provided the venue for the killing, and the other suppressed the testimony of the child who witnessed it. Mr. Aldown was murdered because what he witnessed was actually an assassination, and not the kidnapping he thought it to be at all.
Do you think I'm an idiot? How could the president have died 12 years ago? We only found his body this morning. He was alive and well until just recently.
Yeah, we even met him.
Indeed, so we have a president killed 12 years ago and a president killed in the last 48 hours. Two presidents, in other words.
Right, which is completely impossible.
Or is it? I think it's entirely possible for there to be two presidents. In fact, that would explain a lot.
But regardless of what happened, I still respected him. Zhengfa may not be a big country, but he held that place together.
The president Agent Lang spoke of was a noble and capable leader. No, oh! The presidential mask is well and truly slipped. Entirely unlike the man we met. It really did seem as if they were two completely different people. But how could one country have two presidents? What could explain a situation like that? This is how it was possible for there to be two presidents. One of the two was a body double. Tell me that doesn't make sense.
A body double?
President Wang was a man of great power and influence in Zhengfa. A figure on the world stage. There must have been countless attempts on his life over the years. Such as the one at Gourd Lake only a few days ago.
It's true, there were more than a few assassination attempts. But that doesn't mean I'm about to accept that there was more than one president. Not without proof.
Do we have any proof that there was more than one president? Well, fuck. That's a good question.
Kinda no, right?
Take that!
I thought maybe because we never actually saw him go down the elevator, but disprove it, surely.
Oh, right.
You have to agree that there were two presidents now.
Sorry, but I don't. Not based on that, anyway. Langji says, bad proof has no mouth. In other words, meaningless evidence can tell us nothing.
Ugh, I must have gotten that wrong.
If you could prove that he'd ever been in two places at once, that would be pretty good evidence that there were two presidents, right?
It would. Let's look over the evidence again and consider the facts of the case.
What you're saying is impossible. There can't have been two presidents. If you want me to change my mind on that, I'm going to need some evidence.
Do we have any proof that there was more than one president? I am confuddled.
When was the CCTV camera footage taken?
The
Fourth, yeah. And he died on the 5th, right?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, he did.
Ah. Fucking soundtrack is off the shits, though.
True. Wait, he was kidnapped at the orphanage, right?
Yeah.
But here it says President's presence at embassy until midnight, confirmed by Dai Long Lang.
Hey, yo.
Ooh.
I don't think he's noticed the contradiction staring him in the face. Or is he just unable to accept it?
What's the matter, prosecutor? You're pretty quiet all of a sudden.
In Amelie Fenn's recording, she asked the president to be at the orphanage at midnight. But it shouldn't have been possible for him to be there at that time.
Huh? How come?
Because he was supposedly still at the embassy. With your father, Agent Lang. So he had noticed. The only way he could have been in two places at once is if there were two of him.
Ow!
So the real president... That was the one who...
Died 12 years ago? I think it might have been.
But why? And who? Who would have hired Canis to murder the president?
In order to figure that out, we'll need to look again that the piece of evidence we recently discovered was a fake. The fake evidence, what was it again? The picture. The picture taken with Mr. Aldown's camera was staged sometime after his murder. And Mr. Aldown was murdered because he witnessed the president's assassination. In other words, the photograph too must have been taken after the real president's death. So, who is the president in the staged photograph? The body double. Nothing else makes sense. I believe the president's double had him killed so that he could take his place permanently. An Excelsius winner and Fifi Lagarde helped him do it.
Wait, you don't even have a body to support your theory! Oh, you're telling me it magically disappeared?
No, in fact we know exactly where it wound up. The president's body was here the whole time. Ooh.
Oh, was it buried? Is that what Winner was looking for?
Oh shit, wait, yeah.
Take that!
Maybe. Holy fuck! Chairman Winner dug something up last night. Something he couldn't trust anybody else to retrieve. We thought it might have been the ransom money, but it was actually something even more important.
Wait, you mean...
That's right. The real president's body. I think it's highly likely anyway.
What?
The body may have decomposed in the intervening years, but the bones would surely have remained. Mr. Powers informed us that construction is due to start here sometime soon. Everything had to be wrapped up before then. The shooting of the movie, and the recovery of the president's remains.
Yeah, I guess once they started digging the place up, they would have found them pretty quick, huh?
Agent Lang would need to have the so-called monster footprints analyzed again.
Yeah, I guess we do. If there was a body under one of them, there should be trace evidence to confirm it. Hey, get me somebody from forensics! Sir, presenting the findings of our analysis, sir. Traces of human remains were found in the dirt, along with other signs of a body having been buried. So it really was him! Bones were also recovered from the home of Excelsius Winner. The physique looks to be about right, and dental and medical records are a match. It's him, no doubt about it.
So, as suspected, the real President Wang was killed 12 years ago. And the SS5 kidnapping was in fact a homicide.
Whoa. So it really was a murder, huh? This case has taken so many twists and turns, I'm starting to lose track.
Yes, perhaps we should summarize our findings just to confirm that we understand everything correctly.
Good idea. Let's go over everything from the point where the president arrived at the orphanage.
12 years ago, the real President Wang visited the orphanage. His aim? To meet his infant son. The footprints we originally assumed to be those of Mr. Aldown seem likely to have actually been made by the president upon his arrival. But instead of being greeted by his child, he was met by the assassin, Bodhidharma Makanis.
That's so sad. He was hoping to see his baby for the first time, only to...
Indeed, but at least with Mr. Canis, we can be sure that the job was swiftly and effectively completed. For all that's worth. But then, after the assassination, another tragedy occurred.
Mr. Aldown's murder.
Yes, it seems he witnessed a key moment in the evening's proceedings. The moment when our culprits, the so-called kidnappers, took the president's body around to the side of the building. That was the site that sealed his fate. We've now established that he was standing by the orphanage gates at the time. Far enough away that he believed what he was seeing was the president's abduction. At which point,
Oh, the body double who had come to meet up with his co-conspirators walked right up behind Mr. Alldown.
leading to our unfortunate eyewitness.
Being murdered by the man who was plotting to replace the president. So, was it the body double who moved Mr. Alldown's body too?
Yes, I think it probably was.
But none of the footprints could have been his, could they?
Actually, I think they could. In fact, we have a piece of evidence that proves how that particular trick was achieved. What shows how the body double managed to move the body without leaving any footprints. The victim's shoes, I am guessing.
Oh, yeah.
Take that!
What if the president's double moved Mr. Alldown's body like this?
It's a bit misleading though, because he did leave footprints. He just obscured that they were his footprints by putting the shoes on
Yeah.
someone else's body.
After killing Mr. Alldown, he could have carried him to the other side of the entrance. Given that his job was to look just like the president, he would have been wearing the same shoes. Meaning that if he stepped exactly in the footprints left by the real president,
Of course! His would have been the same shape and size! It would have looked like a single set of footprints. So that's how it all went down? I'm so glad we finally figured that out. Wait. But there's still one thing I don't get.
there is what?
Why did they need to pretend there was a kidnapping?
Mr. Alldown had seen the president at the orphanage and left a message on Miss Ringer's phone describing what he thought he saw. It would have been impossible for the conspirators to erase that message. So they had to make it look as if the events described in the message were true.
By staging a kidnapping like the one he thought he saw.
Exactly. I think the two people in the photograph are likely to be the body double and Fifi Lagarde.
She's the one in the trench coat? How can you be so sure of that?
The two of them would have had to walk out beyond the orphanage gates to stage the photo. The body double could have put his feet in the real president's prints as he did before.
Oh, so the other set of footprints was hers?
The ones we originally thought belonged to the killer, yes. They were about a size 9, too small for Chairman Winner in other words. Which means the kidnapper must have been played by Warden Lagarde. And that explains how a so-called kidnapping was actually a presidential assassination.
It does. Which means my father must have
He must have.
noticed. There's no way he wouldn't have suspected a murder. Especially not with the kid's picture as proof.
But the picture was never officially put into evidence, correct?
No. The Pura staff kept hold of it after taking the witness statement of the child who drew it. This feels like so much conjecture. Yeah. The issue is that's kind of the only thing they can do with a case like this, right?
I mean, like, I guess they're basing it on the fact that they actually found evidence of a body being there, right? So,
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because he knew. He knew President Wang was dead. And he knew what would happen if that news ever got out.
Zheng Fa would have been plunged into chaos, no doubt.
So he kept it a secret. And that secret died with him. Even though it meant taking the blame for the kidnapping and our family name being ruined.
So your father knew the truth about what happened 12 years ago, but he chose to hide it.
well, it's finally coming to light at last.
Who is that going to be?
The killer.
Shelly the killer?
The very same.
Is it indeed intriguing?
Ha!
What?
Who's there?
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
That sound. Is that a bell? Body Dharma Canis.
I was right about the genre of person.
Yeah, you were.
What the heck are you doing here?
What kind of voice did I give him again?
Somewhat similar to your bad voice, but like kind of more menacing.
Mm.
We're the law. You think you can just show up in front of us like it ain't a problem?
Forgive me, but I couldn't help overhearing the fascinating conversation you were having. The opportunity to gloat over your past crimes was just too good to miss, I expect.
You killed President Wang!
I did. But it's not something I'm inclined to gloat over. I was more interested in something else you mentioned. Or someone else, should I say. Someone you're looking for, I suppose? Exactly. That's why I took a little sojourn from the penitentiary. To find a certain young pup. A young pup in a rather eye-catching red raincoat. What?
Wait, you know who they are?
In a manner of speaking, what did you call them again? A secret mastermind. That's your friend in the red raincoat, of course. Red raincoat? The prosecutor looks a little surprised, doesn't he, Helmut? Yes. Yes, he does. The young pup I mentioned, he saved my life, you know. 12 long years ago. Lane, As you have surmised, it was I who killed President Wang. But that meant that I, too, became an inconvenience in need of removal. The imposter president, Winner Lagarde. All three were keen to guarantee my silence. And if I hadn't met my friend, the young pup, again, they might have even succeeded. I wonder what he's doing now. So it was the president's body double who hired you? I remember his words almost as if it were yesterday. You know how many times I've nearly been killed? Not once, not twice, a bunch of times. Why do I have to take all the risks? Why am I the one they always put in danger? When I'm out there being him, people treat me like I was him. They worship me. So what's the difference? Who's to say I couldn't be just as good as him? There was a difference, of course. Even if he did look and sound exactly like him. Just because it walks and talks like a president, that doesn't make it a president, does it, boy? No. So he got his wish and became the boss, but couldn't quite fill his predecessor's shoes.
Rook's not around. That means I'm number one.
I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes.
Of course I do. I'm the leader now. Me.
Seems the king and his knight were much the same.
The president's double knew that his employer had a weakness. A young woman named Amelie. But in order to find her, he needed to enlist the help of locals.
Locals such as Chairman Winner.
Once Miss Fenn had been located, they simply needed to find the right time to lay their trap.
The meeting she arranged so the president could meet his son? That would have been the perfect opportunity.
Indeed. And with the head of the orphanage brought into the fold, their little conspiracy was complete.
Warden Lagarde.
Now, quid pro quo. Where might I find the pup?
What makes you think the boy who helped you and our mysterious string puller are one and the same?
He set a little fire that night, out there in the yard of the orphanage.
Oh, yeah, we saw that. It was some kind of a prank, right?
A prank? It was nothing of the sort, my dear. No, as I understood it, he had taken refuge in the igloo by the entrance. From there, he happened to see Winner and Lagarde carrying away a dead body. He also overheard them hatching a certain sordid little plot. A plot to remove me, the only other person who knew what had really happened, from the picture. Thankfully, he was kind enough to come and inform me. I was waiting inside the building, you see. He also happened to mention later on that he was wearing his favorite red raincoat. In any case, he escorted me from the premises. And being a very considerate boy, thought to erase both our footprints from the scene of the crime. It seems he had a little kerosene set aside in the igloo for just such an occasion. He was a bit of a fucking pyromaniac, I suppose.
Yeah, like what?
Huh?
So he spread it liberally about the place and set himself a little fire.
No way! So, that's what the fire was for?
It must have been ever so beautiful. Winner and Lagarde were positively enchanted. And while they were distracted by the show, he took the opportunity to usher me out of a side entrance.
You never answered my question. You really think he's the one behind all this?
I do indeed, don't I, Helmut? Yes, I do.
Oof, my voice.
Oh no.
Don't forget to take a sip every now and then.
I am, no worries.
Hold it!
Again? So the two of you had met before?
Yes, on a cold and lonely Christmas Eve 18 years back.
That long ago?
But on that occasion, it was I who saved his life. It was snowing. More than it had in years. And cold enough that death by freezing was a real possibility. I had taken Helmut out for a little walk. He noticed something and bounded off through the snow. When I got up to him, he was sniffing at a car. The doors had frozen shut. It took all the strength I had, but eventually I managed to open one. And inside I found two young boys, shivering and semi-conscious.
I see where this is going. Two.
Yes. Yes. And had I found them even an hour later, the poor wretches would have never made it. I took them both to a nearby orphanage.
Is it me, or is there something significant about what he just told us? What is it about Kansas' statement that's especially noteworthy? The date. This wasn't Christmas Eve 18 years ago? You're certain of that?
I am.
Holy smokes! We have something that shows why that date is so significant. Which piece of evidence relates to the date on which Mr. Canis found the children? The IS-7 incident.
Oh!
That was the same day on which a certain incident occurred. The murder of a well-known sculptor.
No way!
An incident in the aftermath of which 2 children went missing. The son of the victim, Artie Frost, and the son of the murderer, Carmelo Gusto. Yeah, now that you mention it, the little guys did go AWOL, huh?
Intriguing. The son of a murderer and the son of his victim. I suppose that would make sense.
It would.
One of the boys was bound hand and foot, you see.
That must have been part of Mr. Frost's plan to stop Mr. Gusto's son from getting to the competition.
Indeed, because without his son to taste his creations, Mr. Gusto would have had no chance of winning.
So that was what was behind it all. Sadly, neither of the boys were able to remember any such details.
They weren't.
No, when we met each other again on that night 12 years ago, the young pup explained it to me. It seems that they really were on the brink of death when I found them. And the shock of the experience caused them both to lose their memories. They weren't even able to remember their names.
Whoa. So they wouldn't have known they were Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusto's kids?
If what he's telling us is true, that would seem likely, yes. Which means we still don't have enough to tell us who our mastermind might be. Mr. Canis, would you mind telling us what happened next?
By all means. The pup and I remained in contact even after I was sent to prison. But then I stopped hearing from him. I couldn't help but worry. And then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. It rather piqued my curiosity. So I thought I'd temporarily regain my freedom and look into things.
People from 12 years ago. You mean Lagarde, winner, and the president, I assume?
Well, Warden Lagarde was in charge of the prison where he was an inmate at this whole time, right?
I fear I wasn't as kind to her as I could have been. Then again, she tried to fucking kill me. But then,
Should have tried to have me killed.
Hey, yo, Nostradamus in the chat tonight?
you already know why, of course.
Because you murdered President Wang, but they needed the world to believe he was still alive. If somebody had exposed the president as a fake, it would have been bad for Lagarde and Chairman Winner too.
Exactly. And not only that, I happened to overhear something else intriguing that night.
Ah, that's Amelie's message from the toy.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Who are you? Sorry, but I'm waiting for somebody.
I know who you are, President Wang. I couldn't help overhearing the news. Congratulations. But please don't worry about your son. I only kill those I am employed to kill. Which in this case means you. No. Wait. This is my first chance to meet him. And it might be my only chance. Please, give me just a few minutes longer. I thought he was going to beg for his life. But no. An interesting character. I told him I was not aware that he had a child. No, he said and shook his head. Neither was I. But the world will know that I have one now. I need to make sure of it. I've even prepared something in case the worst comes to the worst. And the son in question? It was the young gentleman with the horns here, correct?
Horns? You can see them?
I don't need to, my dear. I've been listening very carefully, you see. And for longer than you may realize.
So the president meant to tell the world about Sean and prepared something in case of the worst. But it's not enough simply to have Kansas words on the matter. Of course.
We have something that proves that what he's telling us. We have something that proves what he's telling us the president said is true. The will. A will everybody knew about. He entrusted it to my family to show his belief in us after all.
Name in the recording. Preparations he had made. And his will. With those 3 pieces of information, I was able to convince Warden Lagarde to do anything I asked.
With the information at his disposal, he could have exposed the truth about the body double at any time. And Sean's true identity with it.
President Wang was more agile than I'd anticipated. He blocked my first knife thrust with something soft. By the time the piece I'd broken off hit the snow, my next strike had hit its mark.
So it was Canis who tore the horn off of the Torosaurus doll.
I was the one present to hear his final words. The only one who knew the truth about his son. Well, me. And that poor pup.
Is he saying that Bronco Knight was the kid?
Huh. So you're able to continue communicating with him from prison?
I was. Via post office box.
What's that?
It's a means of exchanging mail without revealing one's own address.
I never knew where he was. And I wasn't able to slip out and track him down. I was being kept under rather strict supervision, you see.
By Warden Lagarde, no doubt. What were the two of you even communicating about?
We were playing correspondence chess, of course. That and griping about our respective lots in life.
Holy shit. Correspondence chess? But didn't you used to play that with...
As unlikely as it may seem, Mr. Kansas' chess opponent was...
Mr. Knight? Yeah, it was Mr. Knight!
We found a diagram of the game in a cell too. So, does that mean Knight had something to do with all this IS-7 business? Wait. Could that be it? Do we have any evidence that might connect Knight to the IS-7 incident? Oh yeah, the ring.
Oh, yeah.
This is everything Knight left behind. Could there be a clue in here somewhere? A ring and a chess set. Which one should we look at more closely? The ring.
What about it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Fender, take a closer look at it, if you would. That design. That's Paul Halik's trademark. Mark. Indeed. It looks like somebody turned a stamp he used to sign his work with into a ring. But why would Knight have been carrying it? And why was it not with the rest of the evidence from the IS-7 incident? They tried to release Frost's personal effects to his next of kin after the case went down. But if I remember rightly, old Frosty Boy didn't have any family aside from his kid. And the kid was missing, so they never got to hand it back to him. Not till later, anyhow. I heard on the grapevine that they found him in the end and gave him the goods. Including the seal, it would seem. Which he turned into a ring and wore until his own death.
So, we're saying Mr. Knight was Mr. Frost's son?
Cops don't mess around with stuff like that. They would have made sure before handing it over.
And we were looking for somebody connected to the IS-7 incident who played correspondence chess, right?
Wait. So a secret string puller is Bronco Knight?
Knight is dead. How could he possibly be involved in our current case? Far out. So our only candidate for genius mastermind is a guy who already kicked the bucket?
That's impossible! How can a dead guy be behind all this?
It is a little perplexing. But then, who else could it be? Wait, what? But the correspondence chess stuff we found wasn't in...
That was typed out, yeah.
Huh.
Wait, does that mean... What does that mean for captive Turnabout, though?
I have no clue.
Wasn't, like, the whole case hinging on Canis and Knight?
I just realized we got the correspondence chess diagram as evidence. I missed that. You said that you wrote all of your letters in Braille. Is that correct?
I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Prosecutor.
Oh my god, Mr. Edgeworth, call an ambulance!
Let me try again. I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Prosecutor, but you do know that I am fucking blind, don't you?
That's odd, because the chess diagram we found in Knight's cell didn't contain any Braille at all.
Really? But surely that's impossible.
How so exactly?
Maybe someone typed Mr. Canis' letters out on purpose.
Meaning there may have been some sort of intermediary between the two of them?
So then...
Oh no, oh no, oh no.
Oh, you also know where this is going,
figured
no?
it out, no!
Wait, I don't know where this is going.
Mr.
What?
Canis says he wrote his letters in Braille, and yet the letters received by Mr. Knight contain no Braille at all. This suggests that there must be a third party who typed Mr. Canis' letters out. Guess it could have worked the same way on the flip side too, right? Whoever it was could have taken Knight's letters and turned them back into Braille. They could indeed. Oh no, oh my fucking god, no!
Oh, yes.
I
Wait, I
think
don't know
you
where
and
this is
Mr.
going.
Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. Mr. Canis, the answers you received...
They were written in Braille too, yes.
So some mysterious middle person really was retyping the Bronxers' missives.
And that same person...
Might well be our secret string puller. Oh my fucking god.
Wait, you're trying to say there's another hidden mastermind behind this whole thing? So who's this new one?
Bronco Knight, son of Artie Frost, is already dead. But what if the other child from the incident 18 years ago was actually who we've been looking for?
Carmelo Gusto's son? But who is he? And where is he?
If Knight was Frost's son, Gusto's son would have to be...
Mm-hmm.
Aegean, you take this one.
I've known him since we were kids, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see? Just
Wait.
like me.
Wait!
Him? But surely not.
There's no fucking way!
Oh my fucking
What's the matter,
god!
Mr. Edgeworth? You're white as a sheet! There is no fucking
Of
way!
course. It all makes sense. I know exactly who our so-called mastermind is.
What? Who? You have to tell us!
I can hardly believe it. But it's somebody who we know rather well. The person we've been looking for.
Take that!
There is no way!
It has to be. The person behind all this. The person who forced Chairman Winner's hand by sending the letter to Rosie Ringer. The person who kidnapped Sean and bucked Kay and myself. The person who did the strangest thing of all. Who drugged Kay and carried her up to the roof of the big building. It was the monster.
What? Did you really just say what I thought you did?
Yes. The monster. That was the key to unmasking our mastermind.
Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. I'd love it if you could come, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one.
That's right. The Berry Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun. That was rough. Miss Lloyd, could I ask a favor?
Who? Well, me? What kind of favor?
You told us you recorded the sound of Taurosaurus breathing fire. Proof? What kind of proof? Did you capture something on your tape recorder, perhaps?
Oh, you're good, Ruffles. Sharpen a gosh dang tack. I captured the sound of that big old beastie breathing fire is what I captured. Sure did! Like I said, I didn't precisely see the guy, but boy did I hear him.
Can we listen to the tape?
You surely can. Let's see now.
That's it. That sound, it must be what I think it is. My theory has to be correct. The truth about the monster. The identity of the person behind all this. It's all falling into place. Miss Hart, you saw a giant eye at the window of the storeroom, did you not? I have hiccups, oh no.
Oh no!
Yep, snapped me a picture of it too. Even if you can't rightly see it so well. Oh fuck. We can't see it right now, but... Detective Gumshoe,
Yes, sir.
your image analyzer, can we borrow it again?
Sure, but what do you want to look at, sir?
This photograph right here.
Gotcha, I'm on it.
The clue we're looking for must be here. We just have to find it.
That's...
See, I don't told y'all. Taurosaurus hit his own dang self. Yes, there it is at last. The monster commanded by the architect of this whole scheme.
Mama. Monster!
You're finally ready to admit it. That he's danged well real, the big bad bull herself. No. Because that isn't Taurosaurus at all. It's the eye of a different giant beast entirely. Take a look at this, if you would.
The very big circus flyer? Oh, wait, look!
You see it? The enormous lion balloon? That's the real monster. And the sound Miss Lloyd thought was the creature breathing fire?
Come on. You're really gonna bring me crashing down to Earth like that?
That's how balloons fly, huh? They burn gas to make hot air?
They do. And our culprit was able to use that balloon to carry Kay up to the roof of the big building without ever going near the elevator.
So, this culprit, they've got something to do with the circus?
Circus worker, friend of the Bronxster, son of Gusto. Whoa, 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 you're not serious? You forgot to mention trainee animal tamer. It's hard to believe. But he's the one who's been pulling the strings this whole time. That's right, Simeon Saint is the one behind all this.
Simeon! But... everything? Really? I don't believe you! We trusted him! And he trusted us! You can't tell me that was all lies. That would be... too horrible.
I'm sorry, Kay. Who was that?
Hey, where do you think you're going, old man?
Nothing escapes you, does it, young pup? My congratulations, Mr. Edgeworth. But now that I know the truth, my business here is done.
What? No, Mr. Canis, wait! Oh shit.
Damn it, he disappeared!
Have a good nap, Lane.
Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth?
Don't worry, I'm fine. But
Damn you.
are you alright, Sean?
He killed my dad. He did, right?
There's no easy way to say it, but... Sorry, Sean. It would appear that he did. Fucking hell.
He won't get away with it. I'll make him pay. Somehow. Some way I'll...
No, Sean. You mustn't say such things. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. You'll have to forgive us both.
I just put the call out, sir. All units are on the lookout for Mr. Canis. I don't mean to hurry everybody, but we'd better be on our way too. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, where do you think we'll find our mastermind?
I suppose you're right. We should go after the mastermind right now. He said he had to practice for the show, which I guess means he'll be at the circus. But before we leave, there's something I'd like to ask of you, Agent Lang.
There is. What?
Once a beast has been sighted, the next step is to plan its capture. When we arrive, there's something we'll need to try and find as a matter of priority. And, Detective, I'd like you to look into something that's been bothering me about Sean's kidnapping.
Yes, sir.
I want to help too, Mr. Edgeworth.
Good. There's somebody I'd like you to try and contact. If Saint really is our mastermind, we're going to need this person's help. Between our many encounters, I never suspected a thing. Even though he was right there in front of me. I messed up. There's no other way of putting it. But I'm going to put things right once and for all. Oh my fucking god.
There is no fucking way that that is where the plot just fucking went.
There was no other option, and they found the perfect way of explaining it. Holy fucking shit.
So it is the monkey boy.
I mean, it's
That's
gotta be,
fucking crazy.
right?
Yeah, there's
mean,
no
unless-
other way.
Unless there's some other wild fucking twist.
Oh my fucking god.
That
Alright,
is surreal.
genuinely. I'm going to throw it to a quick ad break. We'll be back in 10 minutes for the finale, where we try and catch Simeon Saint of all people. What the fuck? Oh my god. All right, be right back. Okay, final part. Let's wrap up the entire series, I guess. Still
No,
can't
we just
believe
stop
we're
here.
still can't believe we're going after Simeon fucking Saint.
I mean, to be fair, like, Cursus Alba was just like a harmless little old guy until he like took that cloak off, right?
Yeah, but Kirkus Alba only appeared in that specific case. Oh, my model just
Yeah,
died, so
that's
let me
true.
fix that, I guess. So,
I
like,
wonder if they're gonna do something like that with Simeon Saint, like he's gonna like throw the monkey away and be some like JoJo-ass character.
I mean, it has to be something good as the final villain.
Oh, it would be so fucking funny if he was just a little whiny fucking like.
I mean, he already is a whiny little fucking prick. All right, ready to go?
Yeah, but like, I was born ready.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck's sake. Heat from fire, fire from heat.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep making this joke every time I have to do this.
Good, please.
Oh, hi, Mr. Edgeworth.
Did you guys come to watch the show?
Hello, Miss Berry. Mr. Saint.
You're a little early, I'm afraid. We're still practicing.
Hi, Goblin. I hope you're doing okay.
But I'm glad you kept your promise.
Yes, I remembered you giving me this.
That's so great! You're going to have so much fun. I think even you'll be surprised, Mr. Edgeworth.
Huh? I think you've surprised me enough for one day already. What are you talking about? Would you mind looking at this photograph, Miss Berry? That's the eye painted on the balloon you used to advertise the circus, correct? Oh, yeah. What is this exactly? I have a strong suspicion that the balloon was used by the criminal we've been looking for. You do? Who's usually in charge of the balloon, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, that would be Simeon. But wait, you don't mean... Mr. Saint, you took the balloon out late the other night, didn't you?
Sure, I was practicing. I'm still pretty bad at flying it, so I needed to put in some extra hours.
At night? When it would have been even more difficult than usual? A strange time to decide to practice.
But Why else would I have taken the balloon out? What are you saying?
Ow. That you weren't practicing at all. You were taking an unconscious Kay to the top of the big building. In order to frame her for the murder of Rosie Ringer. The security cameras never recorded Kay taking the elevator up to the roof. Which means she must have gotten there another way. From the sky. And the only person able to make that happen would have been you.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't understand.
That's not all you did. You also attacked Sean at the garbage disposal area, drugged him, and carried him away. That's why you were late for the hearing at the courthouse, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I do any of those things? Please, you have to believe me. I'd never ever do anything like that.
I wish I could believe you. But I can't. Any trust I had in you has been completely destroyed.
That's horrible. Why would you say that? You told me back at the jail. You said you believed I was innocent.
You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. You know what it's like. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club, after all. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you. And we will get you out of here.
This is just awful. I never thought you'd lie to me.
We didn't lie. I swear, Simeon,
You said you knew what it was like to be me. I trusted you. That hurts, Kay. It hurts so much.
I'm... Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. This is Simeon we're talking about. He's not a bad person.
I see it now. That's your strategy, isn't it, with everybody? You root out their psychological weaknesses and exploit them. And without even realizing it, they wind up doing exactly what you want them to. Exactly the behavior one would expect from the arch manipulator behind all our recent troubles. I was too blind to see it before. But you won't fool me again. Simeon Saint, you are guilty of crimes too numerous to mention.
Oh, so that's how you want to play it, huh? You always did have the courage of your convictions, I guess. Luckily, grinding people's self-belief into dust is a kind of hobby of mine.
Holy fucking shit.
Oh boy.
That goes hard as hell.
Yo. Huh. Well done, all of you.
Well, this is certainly a side of him we haven't seen before. So much for the trainee animal tamer who wouldn't hurt a fly. I guess that was all an act. But I'm glad we're finally getting to meet the real you. Simeon, this can't be true, can it?
Truth, lies. What does it matter?
Huh?
All you need to know is that Mr. Edgeworth here has made me very mad indeed. And now he's going to pay. Sure. I went up in the balloon a couple of nights ago, but I was just practicing. I guess somebody took that picture when I flew by the big building. I fly around the area doing promo stuff for the circus all the time. Nothing to see here, Miles. Nothing at all.
So you go up in the balloon reasonably often.
Yeah, promoting the circus, like I said.
Is that true, Miss Berry? Well, it's true that it's Simeon's job to go up in the balloon and spread the word. I guess just about everybody in the area would have seen him up there by now. Well, that same balloon was used in the commission of a crime.
Nonsense! I just happened to be in the area when it happened. Somebody took a picture when I was floating past a big building. That's all.
I'll be the judge of whether you just happened to be nearby. Thank you very much.
If you ever want to know the outfit and makeup I would do if I had the confidence.
This balloon, do you usually launch it from here at the circus?
No. You need a wide open space. There's a park over by Sunshine Coliseum. That's where I usually take off from.
I see. And how do you get the balloon to the park to launch it?
Not by hand, that's for sure. The thing must weigh a few hundred pounds. It's kind of impressive that it can even get off the ground now that I think about it.
I'd prefer it if you didn't change the subject. How do you transport the balloon?
Wow, give a guy a break, will you? It's not like I was getting miles off track. Sheesh. We use a truck, okay? You just load it on the back and away you go.
A truck, you say?
Yeah. Last time I took it out would have been 2 days ago.
That could be important. I'd better keep it in mind.
Objection!
This truck, it wouldn't happen to be blue by any chance?
Huh? So what if it is?
We happened to see a blue truck ourselves just today. One with a large basket loaded on the back. If that was the truck you told us about, then your statement about it not having moved in 2 days is a lie. Agent Lang? Emma? There you are, Mr. Edgeworth. At last. I've been trying to find you ever since we wrapped up the case yesterday. Kay sent me a message saying you were here, so I came right away.
And I found what you asked. And I found what you asked me to go look for. It was loaded onto a truck in the parking lot out back. A blue truck.
Well, well. I think that truck might be the one we saw earlier today. In fact, I'm almost certain of it.
Objection!
Whoa.
What? Just because it's blue? Like a million other trucks? What makes you so sure it's the exact same one?
No, I saw it too. It's the same one for sure. Huh? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
That wasn't me.
Worthless are the words of a man who can't back up his claims with evidence.
Whoa, you sound just like him.
Show me. I demand proof.
I must be able to prove it somehow. It's the same truck, I'm sure of it.
Huh? What are you doing, Mr. Edgeworth? Why are you touching the truck?
The engine's cold, which means it's been here for a while.
No way! You can tell just from that?
What can I use to prove it's the same truck? Fingerprint dusting. Yeah, fingerprint dusting. I'd like to have the truck dusted for fingerprints.
Huh? Why would you want to do that?
Because I expect to find a certain, very specific set of prints. And if I do, that will prove beyond all doubt that it's the truck we saw in front of the big building. Whose prints will prove it was the truck we saw?
Yours? I think you're going to find your own prints on there.
I do. Because I put my hand on your truck when I saw it in front of the big building. Let's see what we can find, shall we? Emma, could you lend us your scientific skills one more time? That's why I'm here. One moment, please. All ready. Take it away, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh? Me? Of course. Who else did you think was going to do it? Don't worry, it's easy. I'll show you how. Fine. Although I don't see why you can't do it yourself. So just spread the powder over the area you want to search for prints. Like this. Moving the cursor around and pressing X will allow me to dust the area with powder. It sticks to fingerprints, so once you found one, make sure to dump plenty on there. And then blow away the excess. Blow it away? Yeah, with your mouth. Ha. Ha, like that. Blowing with triangle should remove any excess powder for lack of a microphone.
Said to do it with your mouth.
Yes, but there is no microphone on this console. Unfortunately, we are not
Right,
playing this on a DS anymore.
Wait, why would you need a microphone, Mr. Edgeworth? This is real life, silly.
Why would I need a triangle button if this was real life? Do you ever think we live in a simulation, Emma? Yes, thank you. Now to try it for real. Oh, there's no such thing as too much powder, by the way. Go crazy.
Wait, did it actually let you, like, blow it?
Yes.
Oh, that's so cool.
You could also shout objection into the microphone. Although it wouldn't actually, like, look for the word objection, you could just really shout into the microphone.
Oh, I take it was... Okay, so it's just based on the volume. That's really cool, though.
There we go.
Oh, wow.
That's it. That's a nice clean print you got there. Can we compare it to my prints right away? Yep, leave it to me. Mr. Edgeworth, you have a text message. That confirms it. It's Mr. Edgeworth's print, all right? And with that, another lie is exposed.
Yeah. So what were you doing in the truck? Oh, just driving around. For fun, you know?
Kay was abducted 2 nights ago, and your balloon was sighted nearby. Then today, another abduction, this time involving a truck supposedly used to transport garbage. And your truck was sighted nearby.
Objection.
Coincidence. Nothing more.
His fucking objection, Jesus Christ.
He's so... You know,
JoJo villain with it?
I love him so much.
Yeah. You want me to believe that you were near the scene of 2 separate abductions simply by chance? Just be honest. You were involved in both.
What makes you think they were even connected?
A certain very important piece of evidence, that's what.
Oh, this should be good.
What connects Kay and Sean's abductions? Maybe? Oh shit, I actually don't know.
Oh, the sedative used.
Take that!
Oh, yeah, right. Thank you. Kay was drugged with a dose of powerful sedative. And the bottle of sedative was found right where Sean was being held captive. The very same brand, no less.
Objection!
I knew you'd try something like this. So the same sedative was used. So what? Does that mean everything's connected? You know as well as I do, that doesn't prove anything for sure.
We must have something. There must be a piece of evidence that can tie him to both crimes.
Cops, prosecutors, you, Miles, you're all the same at the end of the day. You force the evidence to fit the crime, or you flat out make it up, just as long as somebody goes to jail. You're no different from a certain other evidence tamperer we've had the misfortune of meeting.
Objection!
No, I'm nothing like him.
Objection!
Then show me! Hit me with your killer piece of evidence! You must have one, right?
It's no use. We don't have anything that can tie him directly to both kidnappings.
Okay. You about done there, Miles? No more cheap shots left to fire? Great. Well, I have a show to be rehearsing for, so if you don't mind.
You give him the perfect voice, Gian, I swear.
For fucking real.
I'm glad.
Hey, come on now, you two. There's no need to get all hot under the collar. Or if you want to do that in the bedroom. Wouldn't want your good looks running down your face now, would we, Simeon, old pal?
What are you sticking your nose in for?
Hey, I just sensed the vibe getting a little harsh and heavy, yeah? Thought I ought to lighten the mood. Help me out here, Kay. Lift our spirits with a little dose of the old Grand Thief magic.
You don't have to tell me twice. Okay, let me see if I can't do Simeon's voice. Here goes. Objection.
What are you? Take this seriously, will you?
Thought you could do with somebody running a little interference for you, Master. Not the most ethical approach, I know, but again, Kay, again! We can worry about whether or not this is the right thing to do later. This is my last chance to try and prove a connection between Mr. Saint and his crimes. Let's forget the kidnappings for now. Is there anything else that suggests that he is our mastermind? Of course. Canis was looking for a secret string puller too. The young pup, as he called him. If I could prove that Mr. Saint was that same young pup, then perhaps... But what evidence do I have that might point to him being involved behind the scenes? Correspondence chests?
Yeah, it's gotta be.
Or the drawing, but that's a bit far-fetched, I think.
Take that!
Nope, there we go. I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis.
And that same person.
Might well be our secret string puller. That's right. Our mastermind was involved in Canis and Knight's correspondence chess exchanges. If I can prove that Mr. Saint was the hidden intermediary between the two of them...
Alright, that's enough. This is getting painful. You don't have anything, and I have to practice for the show. So if you don't mind...
Thank you, Mr. Fender. I can take it from here. And I can't take any more of your interventions. Ooh, just look at that face. Yeah, I like it. Miles Reno's back in the game for sure.
I'm Simeon, the funny clown. Look at me. I'm, juggling.
Okay. Please stop. Mr. Saint, you're a fan of chess, I take it?
Huh? Where did that come from? Chess? Sure, I don't hate it.
Our secret string puller was playing correspondence chess with Mr. Canis.
I thought Bronco was the one playing chess with Canis. You're saying he was your so-called mastermind?
No, it wasn't him. Whoever it was went on manipulating events even after Knight's death. Take a look at this letter, if you would. Who do you think could have written it? I believe it was the person who had inserted themselves between Mr. Canis and Knight.
And you think that person was me? Why would I go to all that trouble? That's crazy.
To make it appear that the two men were connected and communicating directly with one another. The very fact that led Fifi Lagarde to murder him.
What? You're saying he set that up to try and get Mr. Knight killed?
Listen to yourself. What do you think I am? Some kind of evil puppet master? You've seen me. I can barely even get the animals to do what I want.
If we could find one of the letters he passed between Knight and Canis, that would prove the connection beyond a doubt. I'd like to have your room searched. I believe we might find...
Letters? You won't. Trust me.
What?
Once I'm done with something, I put it straight in the trash. Guess I'm not the sentimental type. Why get hung up on the past, right?
Ah! He must have disposed of any incriminating items in order to cover his tracks.
Guess you went in without the evidence you needed once again, huh? That's a bad habit, you know.
So this doesn't prove anything either? We've fallen short yet again. What do we do now? Are we out of options?
You accuse me of betraying my friend, and you don't even have any proof? You're despicable!
Who was that? Oh, hi. Miss Berry? What does she want? Sorry, it's just... I was thinking about what you were saying, and... This Knight person... You mean Bronco, right? Simeon's friend? Yes, what of it? Does she know something? A letter came from him this morning. For Simeon. What?
What did you...
How is that possible? Knight is dead! Miss Berry, we need to see this letter right away. Sure. Here you go.
Let's open it up, shall we?
It's another correspondence chess letter.
The next move from the game with Mr. Canis.
Can anybody else smell checkmate? Can't wait to see your face when you lose. But you were never going to beat me, not at chess!
It's postmarked the 26th of March, the day before Knight died. I guess it must have gotten real held up en route. Well, we do move around a lot. It's part of being a traveling circus. Our mail arrives late all the time. Interesting that it's addressed directly to you, Mr. Saint. This is it, isn't it? The proof we needed that you were the one facilitating Mr. Canis and Knight's games? One of the letters you would have transcribed into Braille. In order to create the illusion that they were somehow connected.
Curse you, Bronco! You're still getting in my way even now! I hate you! I hate you!
Simeon, how could you? Mr. Knight was your only friend.
We weren't friends. I stopped thinking he was my friend 18 years ago.
Right around the time of the IS-7 incident, in other words.
I nearly froze to death because of him. I was just about to head out and meet my dad at the contest. But then Bronco showed up. He pinned me down and tied me up. He was crying the whole time, whining on and on. I'm sorry, but my dad says I have to do this, and if I don't do what he says, he's so scary. Stop it, Bronco! Stop it! I have to go meet my dad, I promised! If I'm not there to taste his candy for him, he'll be so upset! He needs me! If I don't go, he won't be able to show everybody he's the best in the world! But no, he locked me in that car with him, and the two of us nearly died. He thought he could get out, but when he tried the door, it was frozen shut. We were trapped. And that's how I lost my dad.
What?
You lost your dad?
Yeah, Bronco's dad killed mine. He was the son of a murderer.
What does he mean? That doesn't match up with what we know at all. Simeon, the victim in the IS-7 incident was a guy named Artie Frost.
Yeah, that was my dad's name. My memories got kind of scrambled that day. What little I remembered was pretty mixed up. So I didn't find out until later that my dad was murdered.
The murderer was a man named Carmelo Gusto, a confectioner.
Really? I never knew Bronco's father's name. Or maybe I chose not to remember. Oh, just thinking about the sicko that killed my dad turns my stomach.
Mr. Saint, are you sure you didn't know the name of the murderer until just now?
Do you think I'd sit on it if I did? No, I'd have reported him to the police straight away. All I knew was that Bronco's dad tricked my dad. And that's how I knew my dad was the one that was killed that day. Bronco was a traitor. He helped his father murder mine. He was the son of a cold-blooded killer! He deserved to die!
I'm sorry, Mr. Saint, but you've made a mistake. A big one.
A mistake? What do you mean?
Artie Frost was a sculptor. He'd been working in France not so long before the murder, under the name Paul Halik.
So I hear. But I don't remember anything about that. I wish I could.
Well, I'm afraid it's only natural that you don't, because he wasn't your father.
Huh? Is this your idea of a joke? Well, it's not funny. Not at all.
You're right, it's not. But you need to know the uncomfortable truth. This piece of evidence proves that you're not Artie Frost's son. Nice possessions.
Take that!
Huh? Bronco's chess set? And a ring?
Yes. Take a look at the ring for me, if you would. What does the engraving on it tell you?
It's 2 letters, right?
It is. This is the seal with which Paul Halik used to mark his works. And it was found next to Artie Frost's body 18 years ago.
But why would Bronco have a memento of my father?
The police looked for Frost's son for a long time, and eventually they found him. The ring was handed over to the man they were able to prove was his child, Bronco Knight.
But that's not... That would mean I was...
Precisely. That you are in fact the son of Carmelo Gusto.
No, that can't be. I'm... My dad was... I remember, don't I? Bronco tied me up and locked me in that car. It was his fault I lost my dad. He deserved to die, didn't he? No way. So I get to see your circus thing even though I'm in jail? Was looking forward to the next move in our little chess game. So the show is just the icing on top. Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it. I will. And hey, come back soon, okay? I'll be mulling over my next move in the meantime. Oh, speaking of which, I put a little something in your chess set. But you can take a look at it later. A little something? No idea what that might be, but thanks. If you hadn't detained me 18 years ago, it wouldn't have to end like this. Huh? Did you say something? Me? Oh, it was nothing. Goodbye, Bronco. And farewell. I did all that, and now you're telling me that it was my father who killed Broncos? Then what was all this for? I didn't want to wind up dead too. I didn't want to be weak and vulnerable. That's why I tried to be like Connie's. Why I stayed in touch with them all these years.
And there we have it, the truth at last. Mr. Saint, you were Mr. Gans' correspondence chess partner. And you were the one manipulating events this whole time.
You're right. It was me. It was me all along.
At last, he's finally telling the truth.
I was the one who witnessed the murder 12 years ago. But you knew that already.
The president's assassination. Just as we thought. Which means he's the one who drew the picture.
And they knew it too. That's why. Lagarde kept questioning me, day in and day out. It got so I couldn't face what I knew the next day would bring. I was a nervous wreck. Who could blame me for wanting to get out of there?
But I imagine it wasn't as easy as simply running away. Winter would have sent his men after you.
No matter where I went, they were on me. They never stopped coming. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I couldn't sleep at night. Even the smallest noise had me chasing shadows. It drove me crazy. So I joined the circus. At least that way, moving from place to place was part of the job. My whole life I've been up against the chief prosecutor and the warden of a prison. No regular person could hope to stand up to people like that. From the time I was a child, I had nobody. But they weren't even the worst of it. The body double was behind it all, controlling everything. He may have been a fake, but he was the president of an entire country. What hope did I have? There was only one person I could turn to. Canis, the man who saved my life. He wasn't like Bronco. He really did want to help me.
That's quite a claim. Strange to think of our famously ruthless assassin winning the admiration of the child he saved.
He showed me how to stop being a victim, to stop being hunted, and become a hunter myself, and they all became my prey.
But I doubt even you imagined that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police.
No, 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 no. I sure didn't. And as long as Winner was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. Lagarde almost got away with it again. But I know him now like the back of my hand. I could see exactly how it was going to all go down.
So he saw right through their plan. How Chairman Winner would try to suppress the evidence in Warden Lagarde's trial. I see. And that's why you kidnapped Sean, correct? You wanted to force a guilty verdict regardless of the presence of evidence or the rule of law.
Maybe I did. But how else was I going to make them pay for what happened 12 years ago?
Whatever helps you sleep at night. But Winner pulled one last surprise, didn't he? He tried to kidnap Sean himself in the hope of influencing the verdict. In other words, you chose the exact same course of action as the men you so fervently claim to hate.
That's only if I'd actually kidnapped anyone at all. But I'd never do anything so wicked. Never, ever. Me? Commit a crime? No, 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 no. And besides, I don't hate the three of them. If anything, I'm grateful. If they hadn't known what they did, my revenge wouldn't have been nearly as fun.
So you admit it? Your motive in all of this was nothing more than revenge?
Sure, I admit it. So what? I despised every single one of them. But here's the kicker. I didn't kill anybody.
Huh?
The most you can blame me for is writing the odd letter here and there. A quick note to Ringer to tell her about Winner. Another to him so he knew about her. But the fact that they wanted to kill each other and one of them succeeded, that was all on them.
So you take no responsibility for the fact that your actions resulted in multiple murders.
Right? Same thing at Gourd Lake. People are much easier to control than animals, you know? The whole fake assassination plot? I handed that to Bronco on a plate.
That was part of his plan too? So Rook's murder was...
No, no, no. That was all Bronco's idea. Nothing to do with me at all. Still, it moved things in the right direction, wouldn't you say? Isn't fate a crazy thing?
You can't talk like that about a murder!
Setting Lagarde up was easy too. I just made it seem like Knight and Canis were in contact with each other. And slipped a chisel inside the chest set.
So it was you who put it in there?
Yes, it was! I thought I might point everybody nicely in Canis' direction. Worked out pretty well, even if I do say so myself. Who knew that would be all it took to make that awful woman murder poor Bronco? I guess she got to where she just saw enemies everywhere she looked. I know the feeling. Even the smallest thing can send your paranoia into overdrive. And then things get ugly quickly. I had a front row seat to the whole show. You were the last piece to be put into play, of course.
Who? Me?
You solved both cases, and finally brought down Winner and Lagarde. I guess you could say your powers of deduction were the weapon that put an end to them both.
I didn't solve those cases for your sake.
sure. You didn't know you were doing me a favor. You were just playing at being an attorney for a little while, right?
What did you say?
All I had to do was cower and say no, 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 no a few times. And you rose to my rescue like the hero you are.
Was getting arrested part of your plan too?
No, that wasn't something I expected, I have to admit. I never thought they'd take the chisel for the murder weapon. That was a real plot twist. Made my blood run cold, for sure. But then who should come through with the Turnabout to end all turnabouts? The greatest legal mind of his generation! My knight in shining armor! I bet it felt pretty good saving me like that, huh? You ought to thank me, you know. I don't do that for many people.
You're wrong! He wasn't playing at being an attorney. He was trying to help you. Because helping people is what Mr. Edgeworth does. He helped me right when I needed it the most.
Okay.
Oh, did he? You're sure he wasn't just trying on his dear departed daddy's shoes for size?
No! That's not what he was doing!
Come on, K-Master. Don't let this clown get you down. He's projecting, plain and simple. Painting all their folks with his own grubby brush. It's not just that he doesn't trust other people. The poor kid doesn't even understand the concept. Doing something for somebody else's sake? Forget about it. He'll never understand.
You think I care what you have to say about me? Consider this for a second. I've gotten my revenge on everybody I set out to get it from. And yet... Think about it. I never actually did anything. What's my crime exactly? Explain it to me. You think you can pin an incitement charge on me? Read my letters? I don't mention murder anywhere. If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them. But it's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all.
That's not true! You kidnapped me!
Sorry, but did I miss the part where you proved that? All I ever admitted to was sending letters.
You...
Letters which didn't threaten, coerce, or encourage anybody to do anything. I just passed on what you might call pertinent information.
He's a slippery one, I'll give him that.
There's gotta be something we can do. What about this? The excitement stuff he's talking about.
Incitement, K. It means to encourage or direct another person to commit a crime. In the eyes of the law, it's seen as equivalent to committing the crime itself.
So then we just need to prove that he told them to do it.
You say that like it's going to be easy. Guess maybe you're not so big on due process after all. You think you can make me carry the can for murders I had nothing to do with? Think again. I don't even have to talk to you if I don't want to. In fact, why am I still talking to you? I can think of one reason. The tent is surrounded. There's nowhere left to run. Really? You don't think I planned my escape too? What if, just to pluck an idea out of nowhere, I train all of these vicious wild beasts to attack on command, for example? all I'd have to do is say the word, then sidle off stage in the chaos. What? You wouldn't. I'm just spitballing, but you'd pay to see that, wouldn't you? I could just as easily take Sean hostage with the gun I may or may not have in my pocket. Yeah, you know what? That would make for a killer show.
You will do no such thing.
It's hard to know what lengths he might actually be prepared to go to. But knowing what we know about him already, we have to be prepared for the worst.
Fine, I'll humor you. But once the curtain goes up on this little performance, it better be a lively one.
Oh, fuck.
Bore me, and we're done here. Alright? Let's see if you can keep me entertained, shall we?
He's not going to give me an inch. But there must be something we can do. We can't let his crimes go unpunished.
If only someone had recorded what he just said, because incitement only requires intent
Yeah.
and reasonable knowledge that you knew what you were doing.
Also, he does
you did a
extra
thing.
damage. Holy shit. Wait.
Oh,
Haha, motherfucker!
nice.
I'm afraid you're wrong. I have proof that you meant for at least one murder to happen. Because you said so yourself. I mean, we now know that was Simeon.
Yeah, it's true.
So
True, but it was a voice changer, so I'm gonna do something. Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winner kill Little Miss Rosie Ringer.
what?
I said that? Weird. I don't remember.
I know you think you can worm your way out of everything. But this time you're wrong.
I am.
Yes, because our conversation was being recorded. By somebody intercepting the signal from the very listening device you planted.
It was? You got your conversation with the clown here on tape? That's what you're trying to tell us? No! Longzi says, a schemer's scheme will swallow him at the end.
Miss Lloyd, could you blaze the tape, please?
You bet I can. Got it. It was this part right here. Should I?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Edgeworth, that's Judge Cavell's cell phone.
Who is this? You're the one who abducted Kay.
I can't hear Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry. It was right around here.
I was as surprised as...
Huh? That's weird.
Is something wrong, Miss Lloyd?
I'll say. Seems we maybe, didn't quite catch the next part on tape.
What?
Why? How could it not be on there?
Aw, poor babies. You think I'd leave myself wide open like that? Well, think again. There's something a little special about that bug, you see. It can be turned on and off remotely.
What? I never knew they make those!
Remote control bugs? Sure, they exist, but...
So you switched it off to avoid being recorded.
Bingo!
But how? You would have had to know you were being recorded in the first place.
And I did! Of course I did! It was so obvious that someone was eavesdropping. And that's because... Miss Lloyd, was it? You knew about the kid prosecutor's kidnapping without any prompting.
No. You heard that whole conversation?
I did indeed, old pal. But I must say, I thought you would have figured it all out much sooner. Aren't you supposed to be a genius prosecutor? Now, where were we again? Oh yeah. At the part where if you couldn't prove incitement, it was a game over. Ah, well.
Aw, shucks. So my tape isn't gonna be of no use to nobody after all? Come on, I must have recorded something you can use.
If only that were true. Hey, K-Meister.
Yeah?
The old buggeroo. It was hidden in your pin that whole time, right? Shake anything loose from the old brain tree?
I don't know. Give me a sec to think. You're the only one who's been directly in contact with him before.
So sad. Relying on flawed evidence. Desperately trying to make it stick. Well, that's quite enough of that for now. Next topic, please.
Huh? He's trying to steer us away from our current line of inquiry?
You're the only one who's been directly in contact with him before.
Kay had a one-to-one encounter with him only recently. What if the sound from that point in time had been recorded? Miss Lloyd, how long were you recording the intercepts from the bug for?
Started about... Let's see now. 2 nights back.
In which case, during which time frame would we be likely to find Mr. Saint's voice on that tape? 2 nights
Kay was
ago when
kidnapped
Kay...
2
Yeah.
nights ago, right? Yeah.
Mr. Saint abducted Kay and took her up to the roof of the big building 2 nights ago. What if there was a recording from around that time? Miss Lloyd, quickly, play us any tape you have from the night before last.
Huh? Oh, sure thing. That's the sound of the balloon!
Indeed it is. At around that time, I imagine Mr. Saint would have been transporting you in it. Which means he can't have been too far away from you, or the bug. Is there anything else on the recording, I wonder?
Wait, that noise.
That was a gunshot!
You turned to bug off then too, it seems. Unluckily for you, you were a little late in doing so. There's no escaping it now. That gunshot ties you directly to the case.
Huh? What are you talking about? Nobody even mentioned a gun.
He's wrong. Somebody involved with this case discharged the firearm. I just need to remember who it was and present a piece of evidence that proves it. Which piece of evidence shows that a gun was used in an incident related to this case?
The president fired a gun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because they found gunpowder. Or like, yeah. It's written right here in the president's autopsy report. Traces of gunshot residue were detected on his hand.
Ugh.
And where was Kay when the gunshot was recorded? That's right. She was in the balloon being taken by you to the top of the big building. However, the roof wasn't as deserted as you needed it to be.
Yes, I was there with the president. Wait, not long after we started talking, he noticed something and told me to leave.
And if a gunshot rang out shortly after that? Don't tell me you didn't hear it yourself, Mr. Saint. Not when it sounds crystal clear in this recording. You're just going to pretend to ignore me?
What else do you expect me to do when you keep spouting your weird theories? We didn't just hear a gunshot on that tape. If you listen carefully, you can hear that the bullet hit something too.
Could the president have been aiming at Mr. Saint? What would the bullet have struck? It could have hit the bottom of the carriage, I suppose.
That would be my guess.
Take that!
I think the president was firing at the balloon. And if he was, what we heard on that tape could have been the bullet hitting the basket.
Let's take a look and see, shall we?
There we go. A hole.
With a bullet stuck in it!
There's a bullet hole in the bottom of the basket. I'd call that pretty conclusive proof. Well, Mr. Saint, how do you explain not just the sound on the tape, but the accompanying bullet hole?
You see everything, don't you? It's pretty impressive, I have to admit. I doubt there's anything I could hide from you if you really wanted to find it. Just shut up and confess, will you? Alright, alright. No need to get cranky. I'll admit I flew the balloon up to the roof. But when I arrived, Judge Gavel and the president were already there. That came as a surprise, I have to say. Only the president noticed me, and he made the good judge leave right away. Then he pointed his gun at me and fired.
But why was he trying to shoot down the balloon?
Oh, that's simple enough. When I arrived, he was just about to murder your friend, the judge here.
Me?
Yeah, you! He told him about Sean. What did you think would happen? Why do you think he met with you in the first place? He thought you were going to expose him as an imposter.
Because she knew the truth about Sean's parentage. He was afraid.
Afraid? Yeah, you could say that. The man was a total coward. His hands were shaking so much when he tried to get rid of me. He couldn't even shoot straight. So you see, I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was an innocent bystander.
Hold it!
You're lucky that the bullet only struck the bottom of the basket.
Yeah, I tried to get out of there the second he pulled out that gun. Couldn't have my balloon going. Pop! but it was a close run thing.
So you left right then and there?
Of course I did. He was shooting at me. Are you saying there's a problem with that?
Does that present a problem? In the end, you managed to leave Kay there up on that rooftop, which means you didn't actually leave the vicinity, did you?
Oh yeah. Guess I forgot to tell you the next part. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor. I hung around a little longer to make sure the coast was clear. Then I landed on the roof.
Would you mind appending that statement to your testimony?
Makes no difference to me.
See, that's impossible because Lotta was there.
Did he squish the president with the balloon?
I have
think he
no
did.
idea. You're lying to us again.
I am.
The president never entered the storeroom the night before last. Miss Hart testified to that fact.
What? Did you believe the word of a two-bit hack over mine?
I beg your gosh dang pardon.
Say that about the chief again, I dare you! I'll wipe that smile right off of your stupid clown face!
So we know Hart was camped out to the 51st floor that entire evening. But if our fake president didn't escape through there, then how the heck did he get off the roof?
An excellent question, and one that I hope to provide the answer to next. We know that he didn't leave via the elevator, so neither that nor the hatch are possibilities. Which leaves only one possible way of escaping that rooftop. How did the president leave the rooftop if it wasn't via the elevator or the hatch? With the balloon.
It's gotta be.
Yeah.
He flew.
He.
Flew?
Yes, in Mr. Saint's balloon.
Objection.
Whoa. Quit fooling around, will you? Why in the world would I give that guy a lift in my balloon?
There was a security camera on the elevator, and Miss Hart was on the 51st floor the whole time. There's no other way he could have left that rooftop.
You know what the circus is all about? Making the audience think you're in danger. Giving them a thrill. But it's time to bring this act to an end. I'm not in danger here, even if you think I am.
What do you mean?
Watch and learn. Miss Hart, can I ask you something? You were keeping guard on the 51st floor the whole time, right? Never even blinking for a moment.
Oh shit, she fell asleep.
You bet your big toe I was. I don't say as much in my testimony.
Huh. So the noise, the sound of Miles' faithful assistant falling through the hatch, that didn't scare you so badly that you fainted?
So maybe I ought to have mentioned this before, but I fell asleep for a few winks after that. Well, passed out. Unconscious, you might say. What? What happened? That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. It was the sound of Kay crash landing onto the storeroom floor. Well, so what if I did? Ain't a girl in the world don't get caught a little unaware sometimes?
Sorry, Miles. But that's what you get for putting your faith in these people.
It doesn't matter. Kay can't have fallen down the hatch until after the president left the roof.
Are you sure about that? Allow me to offer a little counter theory. The coward fake president fired his gun at me. Then he hid in the shadows until after your friend fell down that hatch.
What?
So what if he did? What would that mean?
come now. Surely even you can see what I'm insinuating here? It's elementary. If the president hid until after Miss Hart fainted, he could have passed right through the 51st floor undetected.
No.
And there we have it. Your little theory about the secret storeroom falls apart.
No! Did he have to do that to me in my own voice?
That's right. Oh, and another thing. I might have let Sean's identity slip to your pal, the president, while he was hiding in the shadows. That's why he went to the set to try and murder him the next day. Only to wind up being killed himself. That's right. It was Sean who murdered the body double.
What possible reason could the boy have for doing so?
Objection.
Oh, a pretty good one. He already knew he was the president's son.
And how did he discover that exactly?
Because I told him in one of my trademark letters.
What?
He's lying.
Oh, you bet I am.
Huh?
Or am I? Maybe I did tell him, and maybe I didn't. Well, Shawnee boy, which is it? It was my fault that Torosaur's head fell off that roof. I admitted that much already. But I didn't find out about my dad until today, I swear! Huh. Well, well, well. I knew about the falling head thanks to the bug. But who knew it was you who made it fall? And the president died from being crushed, was it? Ah! Alright, well that's confirmed, at least. You were the murderer. Congrats on getting your revenge. That ties everything up pretty neatly, wouldn't you say? Although I guess you'd say something more like... And so the pieces fall into place at last. Well, counter my unsaleable logic if you can. You know my MO by now, right? I'm a hands-off kind of guy. I just like to pull a few strings here and there. That was the case with Bronco, with Chairman Winner. So what makes you think I'd let that fake president set foot on my balloon? Besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that model monster head. And who said old Torosaurus is nugging and falling, It all makes perfect sense. That's how our imposter wound up dead. No doubt about it. And what was the motive behind the murder? The little truth I shared. Just like I said. Get it? The truth! That thing you're so fond of? That's what caused the murder here, not me.
No, that's not possible.
Well, is there a detective in the house? Somebody arrest that boy! Can't help noticing nobody rushing to slap all the handcuffs. What's the matter? Curse you! Just as I thought. Admit it. You're all the same. You, Winner, that idiot phony president. You want the real culprit to go free, so you can railroad me into jail cell, don't you? That's the justice y'all claim you love so much. You only love it when you can twist it to suit your needs.
That's... No, that's not true!
Objection.
Well, if you're not going to make the move, guess I'll have to stop outside and speak to an officer myself. Once I tell them the kids here is a murderer, maybe then they'll finally do something.
We're not done with your testimony yet, Mr. Saint.
How did I know you'd make some excuse for stalling even longer? But you still don't have any proof, do you? Or any chance of winning this? Tell me I'm wrong. And yet you still want to prolong the agony. Well, as long as you know what you're doing.
He's not
fuck.
holding back.
What? Did you forget that little Shawnee's life is on the line too?
Hey, Mazzarino. Take a deep breath for me, would you? Why would I do that, Fender? Because it's times like these you need to kick back, take stock, and be grateful for what you have. Worst of times are when lawyers calmly show our biggest smiles, remember? The way in which the president made his escape is what you and Laughing Boy can't agree on. So how about this for a little thought experiment? What if it's not about whether the big guy in the purple jacket got on that balloon or not, but rather under what conditions would Simeon have been cool with letting him get on board? A turnabout in thinking. Forgive the interruption. Just my 2 cents worth. Or, your old man's, I guess I should say. Maybe Gregory's 2 techniques can still prove useful in this crazy modern era. He's right. Under what circumstances could a body double have been allowed on the balloon? He was a physically imposing man, and what's more, he was carrying a gun. Could he have been drugged? No. There were no traces of sedatives found during his autopsy. In which case, surely not.
Are you about ready to continue, Miles? And don't forget, this is what we're playing for.
This is going to be tricky. But I have to tear his testimony down one statement at a time. What if he was indeed crushed to death by the air balloon?
I think that's got to be it. He squished him with the balloon, hauled the body in, and then took him down.
Mm-hmm.
Objection!
Fuck yeah. Sean didn't kill the president. The president was crushed by a monster.
What? Did you really just say that? You? Oh, I get it. He's the kid who can communicate with giant beasts, right? Did he use his special powers?
The only person in communion with monsters was you.
Sorry, but you must have me mixed up with somebody else. No monster pal here, I'm afraid.
Why the false modesty? You're very close with at least one such creature. In fact, you can make this particular monster do exactly as you command. It was you who killed the president, Mr. Saint, and I can prove it.
What? You're talking about the lion balloon?
Yes, a quivering mockery of a monster filled with hot air, but a monster nonetheless. Not entirely unlike Mr. Saint himself.
Sorry, you lost me. What are you trying to say exactly?
You seemed very keen to stick to your story about having manipulated Sean and the president. But no matter how true you may have wanted it to be, that was nothing more than a desperate lie. Even the most skilled animal tamer can't make the dead do his bidding. And the president was dead long before he left that roof, having been killed by your balloon.
I get it. That thing may look lighter than air, but it weighs a few 100 pounds, right?
When the president attacked you from the roof, you had to think quickly in order to protect yourself. The method you chose? Landing the balloon right on top of him. You didn't need to let him ride on that balloon, and he didn't need to coerce you into taking him. Because what you took away was his dead body.
Objection.
Wait a minute now, Miles. If what you're saying is true, the president would have been killed 2 nights ago. Which would mean the time of death recorded in the autopsy was wrong.
It's... what?
Wow, you're really losing your touch. Look again, it's written right there. Time of death, April 5th at approximately 11 p.m. Clear as day.
April 5th! That was yesterday, which means...
Exactly. It means he died when the Torosaurus head fell off of that roof. Alright, Sean. It's time to be honest with us all. You know it's the right thing to do. You killed your daddy, didn't you? You hated him, didn't you? We get it. Who wouldn't? He just left you. What kind of a father would do that? No, that's not what happened. I already told you. I didn't know who he was until today. Oh, but you did know. Because I told you myself.
Can my theory really have been so wide off the mark?
I want to thank you once again, Miles. You hounded Winner and Lagarde until their crimes were finally exposed. And by ruining them both, you helped me get my revenge. God, I love those powers of deduction.
If the time of death matched up, everything else would fit. So, could he possibly have cheated the time of death somehow?
Oh, and what was the other guy's name again? Carmelo Gusto. You even ran him down for me. That was some great work you did there.
Of course, Gusto. The IS-7 incident. He killed Frost and froze his body in order to conceal it. Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that the murder occurred during afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect.
Bingo. I only wish I could have been there to see his downfall too.
How can you say that? He was your father!
It's so scary. Miss Lagarde just keeps asking and asking about what happened that day. Where are you, Dad? When are you coming to get me? Please, I need to come. I need you to come take me away. Is it because I broke my promise? Because I didn't show up in time to help you taste your work? He was no father. He left me all on my own. What kind of person would do that? We may have shared the same blood, but that's it. Father? What a joke.
Objection!
You may not want to hear this, Mr. Saint, but you share more than blood. Hate him all you like, but you're more like your father than you know.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
Fate can be strange sometimes, but this was no coincidence. You and your father were the same, even in the method you chose. You deliberately threw off the time of death just as he did.
That's right. We had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor. A refrigeration unit in a depot? I threw off the time of death? And how did I do that exactly?
By hiding the president's body in a very specific place. You hit the body right here.
Take that!
You needed to keep the body cool somewhere. And you also needed somewhere to keep Sean. Who knew that the two were connected?
You're talking about the kidnapping again? Why are we bringing that up now?
Because much as you may wish we had forgotten, we know that you kept Sean in a refrigeration unit. The same refrigeration unit in which you kept the president's body. Just as your father froze the body he was trying to conceal 18 years ago.
What? You're saying I'm the same as him? The same as the animal who abandoned me?
A sad irony, but an undeniable truth nonetheless.
Shut up! I'm nothing like him! I could never be like him! He's nothing to do with me, and we're nothing alike!
Sorry, kiddo, but I think it's pretty clear that you and old Gusto have more than a little in common. You even told us you didn't like sweet stuff way back when we first met, right? Heh. If that's not a product of your daddy issues, I don't know what is.
Yeah, you don't understand.
You may have tried to disown your father, but he lives on in everything you do. You think the same way. And you're every bit as prepared as he was to sacrifice others in order to protect yourself. Your crimes were even exposed in the same manner. You couldn't be more similar.
Or should I say... I don't know anything about the refrigeration unit and the kidnapping. Nothing to do with me.
Nonsense, you did it so you could blackmail Judge Gavell. We know for a fact you were involved.
You're a real danger to be around, you know that, Miles. We aren't you going to accuse me of? But that changes nothing. You still don't have any proof of incitement, of kidnapping, of anything. Oh wait! Or are you planning on maybe fabricating some? Digging a leaf out of the old winner playbook?
Never. I would never do that. I can't let myself rise to the provocation.
What was the line? No matter what happens, we must find the truth. Something like that, right? But only when the truth suits you, huh? That's how the law keeps people down, isn't it? And why I had to get my revenge myself. I got away with it! I got away with it all! Lagarde, winner, and now you. None of you can touch me.
This is bad, Mr. Edgeworth. Isn't there anything we can do?
Everything points to this man being our culprit. But we need evidence, even just one piece. It's real.
Alright. Go ahead.
The one piece is real.
Oh my god. Well,
Sorry, go ahead.
alright. It's been fun, but it's time we brought this little show to an end, don't you think? Stick around for the main event though, won't you? I'll even let you in for free. If you'll finally admit defeat. Who was that? Sorry to keep you waiting, sir.
Gummy, where have you been?
I've been doing my job, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me to.
And Detective Gumshoe, do you have anything to report?
I had to look into a few things real quick, sir. about the refrigeration unit while the kid was where the kid was kept. It was registered to the very big circus, just like you said. And there it is, just in the nick of time.
Excellent work, Detective. Well, Mr. Saint,
Must be some kind of mistake. Why would a circus need a refrigeration unit?
A valid question, I suppose. But we're no experts on the circus trade. Perhaps we could ask your department manager for her thoughts on the matter. Well, Miss Berry,
Huh?
we do hire a unit to store all the food for the animals. But I don't know where it is. I leave all that to Simeon. He's so good at that kind of thing.
You fool!
Simeon, you're scaring me! Such a shame. But rushing to find a solution after the fact so often leads to mistakes. You knew that if the body was found in a unit, the suspicion would fall on you. So you panicked and moved it to the grounds of the big building instead.
Yeah.
But you weren't counting on Sean being found in the unit when you kidnapped him. If only you'd known you were up against a great thief and an even greater detective. Is everything all right? You're looking a little pale.
Yeah. Don't think you've won just yet, Miles. You're missing proof for the most important part of your little theory.
I am. Perhaps you could enlighten us.
You don't have any evidence that I crushed the presidential faker with that balloon. And I know you don't, because there isn't any.
I'm afraid there is.
What?
If Mr. Saint murdered the victim as we think he did, there should be traces of your misdeed on this piece of evidence. The balloon.
It's time for luminol.
Analysis of the balloon basket should turn up the evidence we need.
The balloon again? You already have your bullet hole. What else do you expect to find?
We, expect to find plenty, actually. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? If there's truth to be found, then he'll find it. He's a hero of justice.
He sure is. We'll find something for sure. Mr. Edgeworth has gotten out of way tighter spots than this one.
What they said. We believe in you, Miles Reno. And so does your pop. He's looking down on you right now. I know he is.
Just stay calm and see this through to the end, Miles Edgeworth. A perfect victory is only moments away.
The president's body double was killed by the balloon. Traces of a certain substance will prove that. And you, Simeon Saints, will pay for your crimes at last.
I'm looking forward to this. Time to wrap up the mysteries of past and present once and for all.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, deal the final blow to this unforgivably wicked man.
This last piece of evidence will prove your guilt beyond a doubt. What should we expect to find on the balloon if it was used to crush the president?
Pollen.
Yep. I'm guessing that's just gonna be the autopsy report. No!
Flowers again.
Oh, fuck's sake, right! I forgot we got the bouquet as a separate piece of,
Whoopsies.
This is it, Mr. Saint. This right here proves...
Miles, you fell at the final hurdle. Did you really think that was how you were going to nail me? What part of it would have even have stuck to the balloon? That doesn't make sense.
I must have picked the wrong thing.
This isn't like you, Mr. Prosecutor. Just calm down and think, sir.
We're nearly there. You just need to find the right piece of evidence and show it to him.
If something left its mark on the balloon, maybe it left its mark somewhere else too. I just need to think what it might have been. This is it, Mr. Saint. This right here really is the final piece of evidence that will expose your crimes. Yeah, I forgot that we got the bouquet as a separate piece of evidence by now.
Take that!
Oopsie.
When Sean found the president's body, he also found a bouquet of lion lilies.
Lion lilies. Symbol of the connection between parent and child. A popular flower back in Jungfa. That's your proof? A bunch of flowers that will be rotting at the dump by now. A bunch of flowers that Sean threw away. So much for your beautiful symbol of parental connection. That's got nothing to do with any of this.
Ignore him, Sean. You threw those flowers away, that much is true. But the bond they represented remains as strong as it ever was. The president held onto them until the last, an act which provided us with our final piece of evidence.
What? What are you talking about?
The flowers Sean disposed of had been squashed flat. They must have been crushed by the balloon. If we examined the basket for traces of lion lily pollen, what do you think we might find?
No. You don't need to do that. You looked over the basket just now. Anyway, if there was pollen stuck to it, you would have seen it. Those flowers are bright yellow.
Not all evidence is visible to the naked eye, Mr. Saint.
Huh?
Emma? Yeah? I'd like to call in your scientific skills once again, if you don't mind. Leave it to me. All right, let's take a look at this balloon basket, shall we? Ah, I got something. Bright yellow pollen, just like you said. If it's from the same flowers, it shouldn't take more than another quick test to prove it.
What?
And there we have it. You murdered the president, and this murder you carried out yourself.
No, How could this? No!
You crushed the president with that balloon. Then you loaded his body into the basket and took him to the refrigeration unit.
But why? Why go through the trouble of removing the body?
Because he knew another incident was scheduled to occur that same evening.
Oh, Rosie Ringer's murder!
Exactly. If he had left the body there, it would have interfered with his other plans.
I get it. And he couldn't leave the body in the refrigeration unit for too long either, right?
Indeed not. So while returning to the big building to drop the body off again the following night, he must have observed the fire Sean caused and the Taurosaurus head falling as a result. That's what gave you the idea, wasn't it? To frame Sean for the murder.
You made it seem as if the falling head was what killed him so that my son would take the blame. Despicable coward!
In order to achieve your aim, you lowered the president's body from the balloon to the lot below. And while he was dangling from the rope you used, he was caught on Sean's rehearsal tape.
No. How did you... How did you see through it all? How? How?
You manipulated people, and you manipulated this case, just as you manipulate animals on the stage. You thought you were all-powerful. But your reign is at an end. The animals look like they're mad with you, Simeon. Even Money and Azia. They thought you were their friend, but you're not. They're sad and mad all at the same time. Uh-oh.
Stop it! Stop looking at me like that!
Perhaps they will, when you finally stop clowning around. You're not cut out for comedy. Your tale is destined to end with a whimper.
I don't... Get away from me! Get away from me! Leave me alone! Where are you? I'm so scared. I don't know what you're talking about. I've done nothing wrong. Nothing. I'm not a bad one. They are. Why, Broco? Why did you stop me from going to see my dad? There's only one of them. Wouldn't have to. I couldn't trust the police. I couldn't trust anybody. I was all alone. But that man, he helped me. Honest was the only one who ever helped me. So what if I use people? I had to. Is that wrong? No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Ah, that hurts. Stop it. You. No. No. No.
Oh shit. Fuck.
It seems the game is up at last.
Oh shit. What's he doing? The killer. Mr. Edgeworth, may I be the first to congratulate you. You, have unmasked the person behind this entire sorry affair. Now I am free to... No! Guns are so clumsy, don't you find?
I don't have a gun.
Please, not only are you carrying one, you were just about to draw it. He must have stolen it from the president after murdering him. This gentleman betrayed a bond of trust. He knew the so-called president was an imposter, and yet he employed me to kill him nonetheless. There is nothing more dangerous for an assassin than to be lied to about the nature of one's target. If one does not know what cards one's opponent is holding, one can be very unpleasantly surprised. But that was not your true crime. No. Thinking you could deceive me, manipulate me. That is the crime for which you are about to pay. No! Oh shit.
You. It's been a while, the killer.
Step aside, Carnus. That man is my target.
I would politely ask that you call off this one particular job. He'll pay for his crimes, but in prison, not at the end of your blade.
And if I refuse?
Let us just say that I might not take the loss of the one life that I ever saved too well.
You save a life. Bodhidharma Carnus, the blind butcher himself.
Preposterous, I know. But yes, I, who have taken so many lives, once chose to preserve one. That of an innocent young pup. And he in his turn saved mine. Something of a bond formed between us. Laugh all you like, I know I would. But I would respectfully request that you spare him. As one professional to another, I ask that you let this particular target live.
Very well. The boy must mean a lot to you.
Thank you. I am in your debt.
You need not thank me. I simply see little point in the two of us killing one another. Now then, I bid you all good day.
No! Get back here!
You have my thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. This young pup needed to be shown the error of his ways. And you have done just that. Alright, I suppose we'd better be getting back. Our ironclad enclosure awaits. Doesn't it, Helmut? Yes, yes it does. Oh, Hello.
You killed my dad, didn't you, old man?
I will not lie, I did. My victims deserve to be remembered at the very least. But I sense a great hatred for me from you, horned pup. In that case,
Ugh.
Sean, no!
you must not falter, little one. Here, you may use my knife. Take it, and cut my throat. One sure slice is all it takes. I was growing rather tired of carving my little statues anyways.
I want revenge. I want it so badly.
Sean, don't do it! Please, Sean, I beg of you!
At least, I did until just now. I would have done anything to make you pay, no matter how long it took. Oh, but you should make those who have wronged you pay. They'll make you feel so good, trust me. All the pain, all the suffering, it all goes away. It drowns it all out, numbs it. Maybe it does. And listening to you, I thought maybe that's what I wanted.
Sean?
But it's not just about me. Say I get my revenge. How does that help anybody else? If I become a murderer, my mom suffers 10 times more than I ever would. And so would all the people I work with. They're counting on me and they're worrying about me.
Thoughtful words indeed, little one.
Yeah, well, I get it now. I won't ever forgive you. But I shouldn't be the one who gets to punish you. That's what these guys are for. My mom, the prosecutor, people like that.
Sean. Whoa. You may be young, Sean, but you're way wiser than I'll ever be.
You could at least consider trying to better yourself, Kay?
Very well. Then I suppose we'll be on our way. With me, young pup.
On our way? To where?
Where else? To the prison. Our home.
Our home?
And with that, the case came to an end. A case that had dragged so many people into its orbit. But as for me, there was one last thing I had to do.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Edgeworth.
What's the big idea, big guy? Want to tell us what we're doing here?
Mr. Edgeworth, your request has been processed and approved.
Huh? You're what now? I've asked for my prosecutor's badge to be reinstated.
Your badge? What is the meaning of this?
I am returning it. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer.
I still can't believe you did that for me.
A great man once said that an attorney's job is to be a friend to the friendless and to trust his clients to show him the way to the truth. That man's image will be forever burned into my memory. My father in the courtroom, fighting for those who could not fight for themselves. Good old Gregory. But that was his path. Your path. Mine lies elsewhere.
Mr. Edgeworth.
My path is that of the prosecutor. It always was. Well, then I guess that's that. I'm sorry. No, I dig it. And besides, I can tell by that look in your eye that your mind's made up. It is. All right then, looks like our work together is diddly done. Just don't come crying to old Eddie if you change your mind. This club's now close to new members. I understand. Hey, Master. Care to tell me why at least? How come you're so dead set on popping the old prosecutor's hat back on? You once asked me something, Fender. Are you going to keep fighting crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer. I've been thinking about that question ever since. About how I mean to live my life. And now that this case is over, I think I finally know the answer. I'm going to help people as a prosecutor. Can't you also do that as an attorney? Look at it this way. Simeon Saint was also a victim of sorts. He lost his only parent all those years ago. And with him, his ability to believe in a just world. I know how that feels. To lose somebody so important to you. To lose faith in everything. To doubt everything and be utterly alone. To fight and fight and fight. All that I can hope to do is get every defendant declared guilty. So I make that my policy. But I was lucky. Somebody was kind enough to save me from myself. Mr. Saint had nobody. He had no faith in the law. He felt that seeking revenge himself was the only option. But I doubt even you imagined that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police.
No, I sure didn't. And as long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. The guard almost got away with it again.
I want to help people like him. And how do you plan to do that? If he had been able to rely upon the law, none of this would have happened.
Chairman Winner made a mockery of justice, and in so doing drove Mr. Saint away from seeking it. The law is only as good as its practitioners. It can be a shield that keeps the people safe from harm, or a sword wielded to wound them. Just one among many of the law's great contradictions.
You can say that again. Yep, it's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect. But one cannot solve such contradictions in the law without engaging with it. I don't think an attorney could have saved Mr. Saint. But a prosecutor? A custodian of the law? I think perhaps they could have. I plan to take up my badge again and confront those contradictions at every turn. Very Malzarino. I like it. You know it won't be easy breezy though, right? Fighting the law itself, that's lawing on hard mode. I understand that, but somebody has to do it. Oh, I don't doubt that. And if it has to be anybody, it should be you. Laws are like people, I guess. They both gotta grow and change. Adapt or perish, am I right? You're going to smash this, I just know it. After all, you're Gregory's boy, true and true. And if there's one thing that man did not know how to do, it's give up. Eyes on the prize and straight on till sunset. That was his motto. You know what? I saw that same determination on your face the second you mentioned taking a prosecutoring again. You know what's really grown and changed? Hate to be a great big cheese ball, but you. I only wish your dad was here to see it. He'd be proud as all get out. Fender, thank you.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, if you're ready to begin, we can get the ceremony underway.
Please.
By the power vested in me by the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, I, Verity Gavel, do hereby, in the sight of the Almighty Goddess, reinstate Miles Edgeworth as a servant of the law. All right! You're a prosecutor again!
Best news I've heard all week, sir.
Well, Mr. Prosecutor, I gotta scoot. Your pops is going to want to know that his kid just signed up for the opposition a second time. Thank you again, Fender, for everything. Don't thank me yet. The next time you see me could be across a courtroom. And this face is a whole lot less roguishly charming when it's not on your side of the aisle. I would relish the opportunity to face an attorney trained by my father. I hope that day comes very soon. Alrighty, Fender out.
Welcome back into the fold, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Thank you, Judge Gavel. I owe you more than I can say.
You do?
You strove to right the wrongs of the committee from the inside. That must have been a lonely battle indeed.
Not at all. I was never truly alone. That's right. You had the Goddess of Justice on your side.
Thank you for teaching me that it's possible to fight in such a way. The contradictions within the committee are like those within the legal system itself. If we aren't able to overcome them, the real truth will forever evade us. I have you to thank for teaching me that, and for setting me on this path. I hereby swear to confront the contradictions that afflict the law, and to overcome them.
And I thank you for your commitment to that cause, as does the Almighty Goddess. I truly believe that such efforts are necessary in order for the law to grow and improve.
I will look forward to seeing you in the courtroom again soon.
As will I. You did not see the best of me when last I oversaw a trial. The next time will be different. I will show you what it means to serve justice with true impartiality.
Judge Gavel, I don't mean to call your motivation into question,
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
but to my mind, the ideal judge is not wholly impartial. The ideal judge is human. Even in the courtroom, they laugh, they cry, they rage, they smile. And then when all is said and done, they pass down a judgment based in that very humanity. I'm not sure exactly how to put this, but perfection isn't always the loftiest of ideals, and it's certainly not the only thing to strive for. Forgive me. This is my opinion, nothing more.
You are right, of course. There are other ways. I thank you for sharing your insights. Mr. Edgeworth, there is another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Someone else was with me. Someone other than the Goddess. Of course! Sean! This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near gave me hope. No matter how hard things get, no matter how formidable one's opponent, when we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going, no matter how hard the road ahead. Mistakes have been made, but we must fix them. For Sean's sake more than anyone's.
Like the mistakes made in the incident in which his father died.
So you see, there is something more important even to me than the words of the goddess. Though it may anger her to hear me say such things.
So that was your secret weapon all along. The strength of your bond with your son.
Perhaps you are right. Perhaps I should not strive for an unachievable perfection. Perhaps I must grow. As a servant of the law, and as a mother. That, I believe, above all else.
I see. It seems that we both have plenty still to learn.
Indeed. We are neither of us perfect yet. Let us continue along our chosen paths, and continue to grow as we tread them, until we meet again. I will look forward to that day. May the goddess watch over you as you embark upon the next step of your journey.
I lost the title of prosecutor, but now I have regained it, and in doing so I have seen a new way forward. I am determined to follow that path until it finally leads me to the truth, no matter how hard it might be. Woe betide any... What? Jesus fucking Christ, this is fast!
Objection!
Holy fucking shit!
We did it, team!
Woo!
It is over. We have finished
And
the
it
Ace
only-
Attorney Investigations Collection.
It only took us like 6 minutes.
Yeah,
I'm not reading this out.
no, fuck
Little
that.
applause for everyone in chat. We all did such a good job.
Everyone did such a great job. I will be yapping more right before I end stream, but I don't think I can skip the credits, so no, we'll have to sit through them. I'm going to run to the toilet quickly while this is going on. Try and entertain chat in the meantime, I guess.
Uh-oh.
Alright, here we go.
What shenanigans are we gonna do, huh?
Hey, check out this fidget cube.
Oh,
Isn't that cool?
that's been a while.
It has indeed, but here it
Heck
is, the
yeah.
Infinity Cube in all its glory.
You're unstoppable now.
This is my stream! Mine!
Oh, you sound just like an Ace Attorney villain.
I aspire to be an Ace Attorney villain in life.
They are so over the top, I love it.
They are. Fucking great job voicing Simeon, by the way.
Thank you. My
Fucking
throat
great
really
job.
hurts right now.
Oh, I know the feeling. I know the fucking feeling. But you did fucking amazing. That was amazing.
Oh, it was so fun. Like, I love voicing characters where I can just be a little crazy or silly with.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Me too. That's why voicing villains is always so fun.
Yeah. Alright, the polar bear dude.
Shit, throwback to him, huh? Throwback to the 10-hour stream.
No, no, don't remind me, please.
Oh, I'm reminding you. Damn, that was a pretty good game.
It was very good. I'm really glad that we got roped into voice acting, because I would have never played this on my own, to be honest.
Yeah, same. God, voice acting, like, the character, that shit's so fucking fun.
Mm-hmm.
I want to do this full time.
Even with the toll it takes on your voice.
I'm sure I'll figure out some way to make it not be so horribly grating. Mainly with better breath technique and instead of just screaming, like actually screaming, employ the old metal vocalist technique.
Mm. Fancy
Which I tried to
technique.
do, but
Ooh, cool. I really don't know how to do that.
I used to know how to do like a really low like death metal growl,
Yeah.
but I completely fucking lost it.
Too bad.
Yeah, Glebus kinda took it with him.
Oh well.
Yeah. Where is Glebus,
You win
by
some,
the
you
way?
lose some.
You seen Glebus around recently?
No, it's been a while, eh?
Yeah, I can't seem to find him anywhere.
Aw, he's missing the end of the series. Poor
I mean,
Glebus.
I'm sure he's watching in stream, right? I mean,
He better be.
would have been an amazing bit if I'd like made an alt account on Twitch called like Glebus VT or something. And I just like typed in
Oh.
the chat like, "Hi."
That would be hilarious.
God, I didn't want to say it at the time, but like Simeon, I would dress like that. I'm not even fucking around. I'd dress like that. I'd do the makeup.
Like I also really love the makeup and the hair. And the clown costume, still pretty tasteful.
Kind of fucking cunty. He was kind of serving. He
Mm-hmm.
was kind of fucking serving. When he like put the hair down, I was like, oh shit. Oh shit, this is so
It's
good.
getting
This is-
serious.
yeah, like, oh shit, he's like a proper like villain here.
Mm-hmm.
Like I really wasn't sure how they were gonna execute that, but that was like perfect.
Yeah, that was so good.
Can we just quickly talk about the way Aegean brought Simeon as well? The voice you did for him was fucking amazing.
So good. It was so fucking good.
Thank you. I was just having fun with it.
I also kind of love that you, like, a character you voiced ended up being, like, the big evil bad. Because, like,
Yeah, I did really not expect that to happen. Like, what?
Literally the last person I ever expected to be the villain was Simeon fucking Saint.
I just kind of also loved it because, okay, you did voice two culprits in previous cases, but even then you were mostly quiet for most of the cases because you did, like, a bunch of more side characters and shit, which is very much appreciated.
I like doing side characters.
Exactly.
I really like
but
that.
then to have you at the end of it all, one of your characters be the big bad was like, okay, holy
Kinda fucking
shit.
perfect.
Uh-huh.
And very in the spirit of the reveal too.
Exactly. I fucking loved it. Also, this is what 100% my favorite Ace Attorney game ever.
Yeah.
Oh,
This was so
yo,
fucking
yeah.
good.
I mean, it's gotta be really good if you can look past the first fucking puzzles in the game.
Yeah, but I can definitely look past that. Just the entire
Yeah, me
story.
too. Yeah, the
Um,
story was great. The story was really fucking great, actually.
I love how it all came together at the end with
Yeah.
like, the stuff from the older
mhm,
cases and stuff. Like, ooh.
Also,
Also, like,
go ahead.
Badster, the Badinator. Oh my
Seriously,
God,
though.
I really love how, like in Investigations 1, the Alba testimony string was resolved with a series of people showing up and revealing new evidence that you didn't have before.
Yeah.
So I don't feel like it felt quite as rewarding. But here, this
That was
time,
also-
it actually felt like a proper, like you were
Yeah.
actually bringing in all the evidence you'd gathered, and Saint was actively poking holes in it and actively working against you. There was only one time when Gumshoe showed up and was like, "Oh yeah, he actually owned the
Yeah,
thing,"
and
but
that was
like, fine.
and that was like planned beforehand, so that was pretty much fine. The Alba thing is very much incredibly fucking tiring because you know you have him. He just keeps
Yeah,
going on
yeah.
about
extraterritoriality.
Oh, I hate that word. Please don't.
And
Yeah.
and like just the fact the Alba case was resolved with a bunch of new evidence of which you
Yeah,
had no knowledge of 90% of it, and which was presented to you in a string of people showing up and going, "Oh, actually," for like an hour and a half, was
Yeah.
kind of irritating, I thought.
Meanwhile, you felt like you were constantly backing him into a corner, but he kept finding like one detail that worked in his favor, so you couldn't actually catch him on it.
Yeah, this actually felt like a battle of like
Like you
wits
kept,
between.
it kept being a thing of like, oh yeah, we figured out he has actually done this, but he can't be convicted for it because somehow he managed to do it in a way that is not actually against the law. Up until the exact final thing that he did throughout the entire game, and he did actually do that. Which I
Very
fucking I love that.
Very fucking poetic as well,
Mhm.
that he gets caught because he employed the exact same trick that his dad employed.
I fucking love it.
But like,
Damn.
I loved how you just kept pushing him into a corner more and more. Like, it was so fucking good.
Yeah, I really...
Mm.
That was actually... Like... It was also not super long. Like, actually, it was actually probably like about an hour, right? Is that
Yeah.
right?
I think the final part was... No, we were on that for... I think an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Oh my god, seriously?
I
Damn.
think so, yeah.
So it's like actually about the same length as the Alba finale?
I think so, yeah. But because you
Oh,
have
that's
a
crazy.
way more likable villain, and you actually feel like you're making progression, it feels a lot shorter.
Yeah, that was the... God, I'm not gonna lie, like, that reveal, I was like, wait, what, where is this going?
Yeah.
It took 5 seconds. It took 5 seconds of me seeing that fucker put his hair down. I'm like, no, this is my favorite villain. This is the one for me.
I remember them talking about Bronco and the whole correspondence chess thing, and just thinking like, oh no.
Like you
no!
know who Bronco's friend is. Like,
Yeah,
oh
yeah.
no.
I just completely didn't even see it coming, like, at all. Which is but then it also makes perfect sense in retrospect. All the Vikings have a good twist.
Also, Eustace, I
like-
fucking love him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Eustace
yeah.
was great. Eustace was so
Eustace
great.
baby boy.
I want to adopt him.
Yeah,
Mhm.
me too.
Now,
That-
First
he
Order of
literally-
Business get a new nickname.
The moment Simeon Saint like let the hair down
Oh,
and did
yeah.
the villain shtick, I was like, oh no, he's hot. No, I don't know if that joke's gonna fly here actually.
It is, it is.
It does.
I'm not a fan of the whole clown thing, but
Oh,
Skill
no, I did.
issue.
It was good.
Not a fan of the clown thing? Oh my god. I know someone who's very angry at you right now.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, kind of fucking loved that villain.
Yeah,
Okay.
same. And
And amazing voice performance too.
he's also not like a villain just to be a villain.
Mm-hmm,
He actually has like a proper backstory behind why he did the things he did, which,
Yeah.
Roma.
to be completely fair,
Traumatic.
Alba also didn't have.
Yeah, Alba, the more I think about it, like Alba just was, well, I don't know, he was actually really fun. Like he
He's-
was fun in the sense that it's like a fun gimmick that this like old frail guy is actually
Yeah.
like a
Mhm.
6'5" JoJo ass military commander, but like other than that,
Just too superficial with like the whole country and money shenanigans
Yeah.
and stuff.
yeah, Simeon Saint is just a way more
Like
compelling villain,
I
think.
always loved Ace Attorney Investigations 1.
Mhm.
But that's also because I never played the second one. The second one is so much better. The
Mm,
first one
mhm.
is good.
Yeah,
the
the-
first one is definitely good. And I think I still prefer the soundtrack of the first one. But holy shit, the second one goes so hard.
It goes really hard. Do we voice this?
Yeah.
Phew. It's been a few busy days, huh, sir?
Unbelievably so. How did so many important cases all come along at once?
There's never a dull moment when I'm around. I guess I'm just lucky that way.
Wait, so all that stuff happened because of you?
No, Gummy, how could you say that?
And yet, I don't think the good detective is entirely wrong. Well, Kay, what
Wait.
now? Will you be returning to your thieving practice?
Yeah, good question.
What? You're not sure?
How can I put this? I guess I feel like I've been trying to follow in my father's footsteps this whole time, you know? Trying to become a great thief, just like he was.
The Yatagarasu. Or a Yatagarasu, at least.
But watching how this all panned out for you, Mr. Edgeworth, got me thinking that maybe I need to get out from under his shadow and live my own life, too. Just like how you decided not to do the whole attorney thing. It's time to make our own fate.
She's right. After all, nothing thrives in the shadow. In the shade. Whatever.
I'm gonna be my own hero!
That sounds like an admirable plan indeed.
I won't be giving up the name, though. Can't not be the Yatagarasu, right?
Whatever name you pick, he'll always be K to us K. And you'll always be a hero.
Oh, thanks, Gummy. You'll always be my Gummy, too.
You bet I will. And I'll be doing my detective thing just as hard as always. So I'll be counting on you, sir.
Yes, and I'll be counting on you too, Detective. Just as I've been counting on you these last few days. You've helped us out too many times to mention. I think your next salary review may come as a pleasant surprise.
Huh?
Huh?
Wait, you mean...
What's the matter? I'm saying I'll see to it that you get paid a little more, Detective.
You will? This is unbelievable, sir.
No way! Go, Gummy!
It's like a dream come true. I can finally leave the instant noodle life behind.
But don't think I'll be letting you rest on your laurels. Ooh. Your work won't be getting any easier. I hope you understand that.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir. I'll give you everything I got. Just you wait and see.
Fender and Judge Gavel set me on a new path in life. A path on which I will face down every contradiction that the law has to present. A path at whose end lies the ultimate truth. But can I really do this? I'll need to give it some serious thought. It certainly won't be easy. Nonetheless.
Mr. Edgeworth, there is another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Someone else was with me. Someone other than the goddess. Of course! Sean! This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near gave me hope. When we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going, no matter how hard the road ahead.
So that was your secret weapon all along? The strength of your bond with your son. The strength of my bonds.
Oh, I almost forgot!
What is it?
I was trying to find other members from a Yatagarasu team, right?
I do vaguely remember something about that.
I never even found a single one. We were going to be unstoppable in our quest to steal the truth! So much for that little pipe dream.
You're kidding, right? You already have a team. A team that can solve any case the world cares to throw at it.
Huh. Yeah, I guess I do. The prosecutor, the detective, and the great thief. Between the three of us, we can hunt down the truth, put it in handcuffs, and steal it once and for all.
I can't help feeling a little sorry for the truth in that case.
As long as the three of us stick together, we got nothing to fear. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Indeed. Nothing at all. My father followed his own path, right to the end. And now I follow a path of my own making too. But not alone. I have some colorful companions to help me. As long as they're beside me, I won't lose my way. It's a new path, and a new me. And I'll be walking it as a prosecutor, not an attorney. My father's path and mine are different. But they're not as separate as they may seem. True, the routes different. Though the routes differ, the destination is the same. Because of course, both end at the truth.
Aww, that was so
So
sweet.
nice.
It's over.
Oh, I'm gonna miss these.
So am I.
Yeah, same.
All right. I am going to be muting to say goodbye to stream.
Alrighty.
It is over after 3 long weeks, and I don't know how many hours we have been at this. Let me see. Let me check my Steam. Let me see. How many hours have we spent on this? 85 hours. 85.2 hours we have spent on this. We are done. We are done with the Ace Attorney Investigations collection, and I could not have been any happier with how these past 3 weeks have gone. This was amazing. I am so glad we managed to do this. I am thankful to every person who joined me in this insane adventure. Again, if I ever do this again, I want to plan it better, but I'm still so happy to so thankful to everyone that joined me these past few weeks. Special thank you to all my voice actors, to Aegean, to Ash, to Buzz, who joined us in the beginning for Detective Gumshoe and a few other roles, to Petunia, who joined us those 2 Fridays, and their TTS, and Mr. Edging, to Lane, who joined us last Sunday, who did a fucking great nurse, and to Ruby, who joined us yesterday for a small bit as well. Even if it was only short, the reinforcements definitely helped. Once again, a big thank you to all my voice actors. I could have never done this without you, and it could never have been as great as it was without any of you. I also want to give another special thank you to Aegean for my model, for spending the time to make this wonderful model of me in Edgeworth's outfit that I have been using the past 3 weeks, and the toggles, being able to move along with whatever was happening on screen, being able to change my emotions depending on what was necessary for the moment. It made it so much more fun. And again, this would not have been the same without any of this. So once again, big shout out to Aegean for all the art they make for me, the models, the assets they have been making, everything else. I don't have the words to describe how happy this makes me. Go follow them at Aegean Arts on Twitter. They deserve it. They do so many great things. I'm pestering them to open up commissions for some things, so you guys can go and check her out and maybe get some of your own work from them, because they do so many amazing things, I swear to God. But yeah, why am I still angry? Whoops. It's over. And I'm so fucking happy we did this, but at the same time, I'm happy it's over, because I am so tired. I need to start fixing my sleep schedule really soon. As much as I can, of course. Knowing that a lot of you guys live in America, my sleep schedule might just be like this for the rest of my life. We'll see. I'm going to sleep, though. I'm going to celebrate a bit and then sleep. I will be back next week on Wednesday. I am doing a collab. I'm playing Oh Dear with some other VTubers. That's going to be really fun. And on Saturday, I have some announcements to make. I want to talk a bit about what the future is going to be like for me, what I have planned in the future, what direction I'm headed, and yeah, some other fun stuff. So definitely be there both Wednesday and Saturday. It's going to be a good week, even if I don't have that many streams. And besides that, I'm going to be working on editing these VODs and making some shorts to upload. Yeah. There's going to be a lot of more fun stuff happening here here on twitch.tv/Alfiranova really soon. And besides that, I'm also going to be doing a ton of fun stuff over on Twitch at AlfiranovaVT. I should go and check who to rate, though. I don't know who is online right now. We're going to figure that out now, actually. Let's see, who can we go and visit? Who is streaming? It's actually kind of quiet tonight. Holy shit. Yomi is doing some ASMR, but I don't feel like dropping into that. Is there anyone else? Are there any other VTubers streaming Ace Attorney? Then again, we just finished the game. What's the point of rating someone doing Ace Attorney, I guess? I don't think there's a lot of other people I know streaming right now. I think most people are just enjoying a quiet Sunday evening, which is completely fair. You know what? Sure. Let's go and visit Yuko. Yuko is a content creator I personally follow on YouTube. She makes some really funny videos. She makes some trans meme compilations, which are really fun. But yeah, I like her content. Let's go and say hi to her. That should be fun. Once again, thank you to everyone who joined these past few weeks for Ace Attorney. It was amazing. And I'm excited for what the future holds, because this has been a really, really good month. Both for my channel and for me personally. And yeah, I couldn't be any happier with where I am currently. But I'll be talking more about all that on Saturday. First, on Wednesday, we have the Oh Dear collab, which also should be really fun. I'm looking forward to that. It's been a while since I did a proper collab with, well, what with how busy I've been this month. For now, I am going to celebrate finishing Ace Attorney Investigations. Thank you all for being here with me for this past month. You have no idea how much it means to me. I'm going to sleep. I'm going back to my spaceship. I'll be back next week. All of you, I love all of you. Have a good night. Bye now.